Great. Thanks, Rick. Good evening and welcome everybody to the October 28th, 2021 regularly scheduled meeting of the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and by sending a copy to the Montclair Times, the Star Ledger, and the Herald News. We will also be remotely broadcast on Montclair Channel 34, and you can also follow us on YouTube Live. If you would like to call in, if you have a comment, you can please look at our agenda, which Janice has put up on the screen, and just follow the directions, which are also listed on the township website. So you call the phone number and then you add the meeting code. So Janice, could you please do the roll call?
Sure. Chair Bennett?
Present.
Vice Chair Heineman said he would be late. Mr. Rooney?
Here.
Mr. Greenbaum? Ms. Kane Levy is excused. Mr. Reimnitz?
Here.
Mr. Graham?
Here.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Conley, our historic consultant, and Ira Krasik, our legal consultant, and you, Janice, our secretary. Thank you for filling in once again. Moving on, next thing on the agenda is the minutes. Has everyone been able to read the minutes that were provided in the packet?
I wasn't there last time, so I can't comment.
Okay.
I do no, I didn't get the minutes.
Oh, okay.
Where are they? Read them right quick.
Well, you didn't get a packet.
I didn't get a packet.
Right. So you have to.
You have to go to the
Okay,
website.
Janice, are the minutes posted online for people who are getting things digitally?
It's not posted online, but I believe I included it in the email that I sent.
Probably.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve, do we have your correct address for sending packages?
232 Swarthmore, SWA.
Have you received anything from us?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then I guess we do have your correct address.
Yeah,
all right.
correct address. Right.
If you want things sent.
Yeah.
Okay, then who else is on? David or Michael? Have you been able to review minutes? So before has anybody got any changes or comments? If nobody has any changes or comments, I would like to state that the section under new business B, application 2021-49, I found some inaccuracies in the minutes. So shall I read them for everybody, what I've redone, and then you can agree or disagree? Maybe that would be the easiest thing to do.
Yes. Sure.
Okay. So on the second paragraph, Ms. Morena stated that she purchased the house. Moving along to the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, fourth sentence. I'd like to see it changed to contractors were hired to repair the leak. In October 2018, it was discovered that asbestos in the plaster walls had been released into the air throughout the house. The family evacuated the house in October 2018. The next paragraph, which is on the second page.
So if you
Janice, I wrote it out. I can.
Kathleen, just to make sure, 'cause it's important that these minutes are accurate on this because of how this was resolved.
Right.
So I think it's better if you do, one thing.
Okay, I thought I would read it to see if there were any other changes and then send the written copy to Janice.
Well, I just meant the other members, if everybody agrees. Okay, any way you want to do it, I just want to make sure that in the end are as accurate as they can be.
Yes, no, I totally agree. That's why I asked if there were any changes to the minutes or comments, and that's what, when nobody offered any, I thought I'd jump right in because I, wrote
Okay,
2 pages.
Okay.
Kathleen, am I
Yes.
heard? Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
hi,
David's
everybody.
here.
I apologize. I'm on a different computer and the WebEx application wasn't up to date on this computer. So I've reviewed the minutes and I'm very uncomfortable with them. I do not believe they are an accurate reflection of the dialogue and the conversation that took place at the time of the application. I'd like to make a motion to table the minutes for further discussion and further review.
I think that's a good idea. I think that way you can just, if you make changes and revision marking and distribute it to the other board members, everybody would have a chance to see the changes.
is that a second? Oh, no, that was you, Janice. So,
So that's just me agreeing from an administrative point of view that I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so can we have a second motion?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Yes.
as you should.
Okay, so shall I send my comments to you, Janice, and then you'll incorporate them? And if anybody else has any comments, is that how we're going to proceed with this?
My suggestion is, I know you probably have changes, David, you might have changes. If everybody sends them to me, and I will make the changes using revision marking so we can see where they are and distribute it to the board prior to the next meeting.
Yeah.
David, are you specifically just talking about the application 49 to 101 Union Street? Or was there anything else also that you were concerned about, just so people can focus on it?
Well, at this particular point, it's the minutes specific to this particular application that I had great concern on.
Okay,
Okay, I also had another change on page 4, but I can certainly send that along. And it had to do with just that the windows should be a light color. They didn't necessarily have to be white, just light to as seen in the vintage photograph. So we'll send those to you, Janice.
Okay.
And then the minutes will be reviewed for our November meeting. Thank you. All right, public comment. Do we have anybody on the line that would like to make some public comment?
I don't believe so, but I'm going to unmute everybody. I don't believe we have anybody on the phone. That we have public, but if anybody wants to make a comment, this is your opportunity to let me know. You're all unmuted, so word of warning, we're going to hear what you have to say. So if anybody has anything to say, these are all attendees, let me know.
I guess hearing nobody's response, we can declare the public comment session over.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to committee reports. The committee reports, the first one is revisions committee, and I don't believe we had any meetings this month.
No.
Community outreach. We're working on 3 grants, 2 of the grants that we are finalizing, and we should have the final copies by next month's meeting. One is for the estate section, this historic survey of the estate section, and the other one is for the residential guidelines. Janice and I also had a meeting with the state representatives for the upcoming grant, which is a historic structure survey of the Upper Montclair commuter district. And Janice was going to publish the RFP. I guess that's where we left it off.
I have to write the RFP first.
Well, Janice has to write the RFP and then publish it. We have a year for this. What's that? Who's asking a question?
This is David Greenbaum. I have a question. I believe somewhere along the line, I was notified in some form or another that we're eligible to apply for a new state funding for historic preservation. And I'm wondering if somebody, maybe Janice, can share with us the details of that new funding that's available and how we would make use of that.
Are you talking about the 2023 CLG grants? Because we just got a grant for 2022, which we are preparing the RFP for, so
And
maybe.
that's for the Upper Montclair Commuter
Yeah.
District?
Yeah, that's the one we just got awarded for, and that's the 2022 round. I think that the next round of CLG grants would be the 2023, and I don't believe that those are available yet, but when they do become available, we can certainly submit an application, and I suggest that the members of the HPC who decide what project you want to do next, because it's a great resource for us.
Was there another source of funding, perhaps different from the CLG that you mentioned? That maybe,
Not to my knowledge.
okay.
And the CLG grant, the deadline for the next round is in January. I think Tom could confirm that. For the CLG grants.
We got a little time to figure out what we want to do.
Right. So David, I would suggest Steve and I are on that outreach and grant committee. If you want to be a part of that, you should, give us your input.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Very helpful for us.
And moving forward, we have the minor applications. We did meet on minor applications. We met on October 14th. We discussed HPC application 2021-54, Abbott Solutions on Bellevue Avenue. That was approved with conditions. Also, HPC application 2021-59, One River School on the Seymour Street development. That was approved with conditions. And HPC 2021-56, TS Mom on Bellevue Avenue. They had relayed to Janice that they wanted to appeal our decision, but as of tonight, it's approved and they're going along with the changes that we listed as conditions. So we heard 3 minor applications. Before we go any further, I would just like to tell everybody who's listening in that we do have a change on tonight's schedule. The application new business HPC application 2021-38, 205 Glenridge Avenue, commonly known as the Old Swedish Church. They have an application for total demolition of a historic structure. They have asked for another postponement. So they're going to be heard at our next meeting in November. So if anybody's listening to this broadcast and you're here for that application, you're free for the evening. Okay, so moving forward, old business. We are looking at HPC application 2021-13. This is the application for a total facade change, a certificate of appropriateness at 11 South Fullerton Avenue. And let me just see if I've lost my description of it. Sorry. So this is a building. I'm sorry, I've lost my description. That's located in the Bloomfield Avenue Town Center Historic District. I don't have my notes with me, but it is listed, I think, as a harmonizing building. And this is the 3rd application that we're hearing on this. And it's for a complete facade change, as you can see what is up on the screen right now. So do we have the applicants here?
Mr. Guadagnoli, I made you a panelist. You just need to unmute yourself.
How's that?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm
Good.
here with the client as well, the owner.
Let me swear, is this the architect?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Oh, yeah, hi, John. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just identify yourself and your relation to the applicant.
Okay, my name is John Guadagnoli. I'm a licensed architect in New Jersey. I'm the one who prepared the drawings for the applicant,
Thank you. Go ahead.
who is present with me right now.
Oh, do I,
Is the applicant going to testify at all? If so,
Only if
swear him in.
he will respond to questions if there are any. You know.
Well, then why don't I swear him in? If he
Sure.
doesn't mind?
Serious.
Thank you. Would you, it's a man, right? I don't see a picture, that's all. Do you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just please identify yourself.
Michael Talia, the property owner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so before you begin, Janice, could you put the image further up on the screen so we can see the entire thing? It's cut off down at the bottom.
want to see the whole thing?
Oh, you can't.
No, I can do it. It's just that it'll be small.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's better. So, Mr. Guardinoli, could you please walk us through what you propose to do?
Yep.
And this is the only image that you have, correct? The only, which is really, there are no, I guess there are cross sections on here. I'm sorry. So why don't we start with your testimony? And I see you have an original vintage photo down on the lower left, which is great.
Yes. So, the original vintage photo, as you can see, has a center garage door. And one thing I learned was that I think this door was not intended for automobiles because the floor inside is wood. So I think it was maybe for horses or something because it really is old. But anyway, you can see that the fenestration it has been completely changed over the years. If you look at the middle picture, the existing facade, you can see that the ground floor is just a row of operable windows across the whole front. And upstairs, the four arched windows that were original to the building were at some point replaced with two large rectangular openings. Currently, they're like aluminum windows, like modern aluminum windows. We have something else in mind. As for it's a brick structure, the facade is, and there's really absolutely nothing as far as penetrations through that facade that currently exists in what is there now. Nothing. I mean, the only thing I would say is the shape of the roof is still there. On either side of the original building, you could see a projecting pilaster that sticks out, which it still does now. You can see in the middle photo that it still has that. However, the stepped brick ornamentation along the top and sides has been obliterated. I took measurements, and the middle photograph that shows that like band of brick running around would not cover the stepped original brick. At some point, somebody took a chisel and knocked those bricks, knocked those stepped bricks away. And so what we have is essentially a built-out angular arch, if you will, across the whole top. Currently, there are awnings over everything, and that's what exists now. To go over what we're proposing is to maintain the windows along the ground floor, which we intend to keep as a restaurant, although a different name, but still a restaurant. It's the original restaurant was, as you may know, Palazzo's. That's what used to be there. The new idea is to call it Fullerton's. So that's why, at least for now, that's the name we gave it. Just so that's what you see on the facade. May I start now with describing what we did with the new facade? Is that okay?
Yes.
Any
please.
questions? Okay, fine. So what we intend to do is essentially keep those side pilasters, okay, and keep the windows as they are, although replace them with like windows. And we're proposing a sort of a canopy that almost looks like kind of a marquee kind of a thing. It doesn't stick out very far. It only projects about 3 feet, but it runs across the whole building. And that would really form like a gentle cover over it. Directly above the ground floor windows and doors, you'll see a pattern of mosaic tile. Reason for that was I did not want to just put brick there. The idea that brick would levitate over glass bothered me, so I went with with something that implies lightness, but also maintains the color and a little bit of.
You can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Just tell me what you want me to point to. You know,
Okay.
if you want me to point to the photo, if you want me to point to your drawing, that way I can help navigate the plan.
Very good. Along the bottom, the proposed facade along the bottom of the
Okay.
okay. And what I would like you to point at is that dark gray horizontal band where the word Fullerton's is written.
That's the canopy, right?
That's the canopy, right? Exactly. Now, the canopy can be self-supporting. However, just as an homage to structure, we gave it some struts along at each end. Two rods that give it the appearance of being supported. From the building, the way a traditional marquee would be. You can see them on either side. They're like double rods, like sticking up into the building. So given that I really disliked that angular arched thing along the top, I chose like an arch or an obelisk, not an obelisk, excuse me, and an elliptical arch, excuse me, an elliptical arch running along the top, and I maintained the same size windows. It's just that I broke them up into three bands each window. Each window, as you can see in the picture, has a kind of flared crown over it. Matching that is a flared crown over the side pilasters. You can see it looks like a little capital, a suggested capital there on each side. And so what I have essentially is something that I'm trying to unify it as one facade, because on the ground floor I have like a little door on the right. I have an asymmetrical situation. So to kind of unify the building, I gave it that arch with the symmetrical windows under it, and there's some ornamental ironwork there under the windows on either side, and that's about it. You could see perspective views on the right side of my drawing of what it would look like from each direction, and then at the very upper right, you can see what the building looks like today, adjacent to the other buildings on the street up to the corner. Hello? Okay.
Could you describe the railing?
Yes, there's a detail of it on the right side of the drawing. And the idea was to make it a dark bronze anodized aluminum railing, as per what you see in the drawing, and you can see it detailed. I show the sizes of all the members and elements. It is strictly ornamental. There's no safety issue here. Nobody's going out there. In fact, it's right up against the wall. It doesn't really project more than a few inches. There's I called for a lantern or a wall-mounted light, which is just underneath that detail in the extreme lower right of my drawing, and you can see it on the ground level on either side of the building, mounted on the pilaster. It's also visible on the drawn elevation. I'm just, my eye is just running around the building, looking for things to talk about on it that would describe it best. On the upper left is a cross section right through the doorway, the marquee, the canopy, and the and the wall going up. That's on the upper left. You can see like a slice through the building. I know in the report, the comments mentioned something about attempting to preserve what was there. I'm trying to, other than the shape of the roof, I'm at a loss as to know what I can preserve. I'm starting from the middle picture, not the left side picture. That's where I'm starting from. That's how it has to be where I spring from. And so essentially I'm not changing any windows. They're just new. There are no new openings. There are no new penetrations. There's nothing has changed to the shape of the building. It's just really just a few ornamental elements and a canopy that we're adding. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer.
Okay, thank you. So we start with John. You're first up.
Okay. I see above the canopy, this you call it a limestone smooth finish.
Yes.
And that's set forward of the stucco behind it, which is also called out as smooth stucco in light blue.
Yes.
So it's okay. And I see a little note above at the very top on the right on the drawing, the elevation drawing, Janice, says bronze anodized aluminum tree sculpture.
Oh, yeah.
Is that gone now? Is that it? Or is
Yeah.
that there?
It's there, but I don't know what it's going to look like yet. I mean, it's something that would has to be created, but I mean, it's basically just a wrought iron, thing between the windows. I don't really know the shape of it at this point. At this point, it isn't there. Let's put it that way. If we have to come back for that, we will. But at this point, it's not there. Only because I can't give you information on it yet. Exactly what the nature of it is.
But it looks like it's going to be the most important thing in the facade. Ultimately, everything points to it. Let's see, Fullerton's. And what is this canopy made out of? It's a metal.
Yes.
Lead gray. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Michael, you're up. Mike, do you have any questions?
Oh, sorry, Kathleen. I mean, my primary question was about that stepped ornamentation. I think it's a shame somebody took that out of there. I don't believe the coloration that's the light blue that you're planning on going with, correct?
So say that again. I'm sorry.
The light blue background on the smooth stucco. It's going to be. Is that an accurate representation of the color?
I mean, yeah, I mean, very close, if not
Very
spot
close.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, those are my primary questions. I'm okay for now. Thank you.
Steve, do you have any questions?
Yes, if you could slide down a bit so I could see the three elevations. Yeah, you see originally it was a very symmetrical building.
Right.
It has all this stepped brick going on. It's got the forged arched windows. The main entrance is an arch, unless you're a horse, and it's also an arch. Is there any way we can incorporate any of that? Does the door to the building have to be in the middle? I mean, you've got it centered. Everything's off center. On the second floor is balanced. The first floor is balanced unto itself. The arch of the or the flare of the covering on the front, what does that relate to? Where is that coming from?
I'm not sure what flare you're talking about.
The false balcony.
Is this what you're talking about?
Where is that coming from? Is that related to anything with the existing building? I don't see it.
Oh no, not at all. No. It's not. It's just kind of a backdrop to the, if I didn't put that in, I would have the window just floating. Those two upper windows would be floating in space. So what I did, I brought an element up to the underside of that window.
Do we need to have the, I assume you're replacing the windows entirely.
Yes, absolutely.
Why can't we go back to the original design with 4 windows arched?
So it would involve like a demolition of he's saying. put back
No, I
these-
know, but the brick between the 4 windows, the whole thing is gone.
I mean, we're looking then at a complete reconstruction of the facade then, right?
I'm just asking because the bottom half does not match the top half. You know, normally you put a sign over the door and it's centered. Or you put the sign centered on the building, but not over the door.
Mhm.
This is really an elevation problem. It's not a streetscape problem. Because I don't think I had that problem in the past.
Right.
But the other thing is you had an arched doorway on the right side on the previous renovation, and then everything was centered. I don't know. It's a real conundrum.
Well, if you look at the original facade on the
Yeah.
ground floor, there's an arched doorway on the left side
Yes, it was
and a
excellent.
high window on the right. You know?
Right. Excellent. Excellent. You could switch those. I would just think that maybe there's a way that you can incorporate maybe the old way that it looked. I'm assuming that the area above the stucco is set out slightly, but it could possibly, is that a existing full brick or is that an applied brick?
You mean what exists is an applied brick. It's actually it's actually stucco that looks like brick actually.
Garden
Not
State.
even-
We love
Yeah,
it.
I know. I don't want to say what kind of face, but yes.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
And it just seems to me that we had an existing building that was terrific. And Garden State stucco came in and covered everything up, but
yeah.
I would try to go back to the existing as much as possible because it balances the building better.
Are we talking about really centering the door? Is that what you're talking about?
That's one thing.
Yeah.
What you've done is the entrance to the second floor, which I believe is on the right and has now been subliminated. And on the original or the middle one, it was something by itself. And it, the whole facade on the first floor was centered unto itself.
Yes.
On the upper floors, I don't know if the 2 big windows or what's going on up there.
It's what is going on? It's office space. It's just it's just office space.
So it's going to be like 2 rooms or something like that.
That's what it is.
That's what it is exactly. Yeah.
That's what it is. I think that you could also put in smaller windows and 4 arched windows. I don't know. These are just suggestions, and
Suggestions.
The thing is, the original facade was terrific, but it's no longer a horse barn.
Yeah.
So, but you could bring back that arched.
Okay.
The arched entry over the where the horse barn was, center everything up and make that the entrance of the building. Maybe only one door is operable. I don't know.
I see.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to stop here because
Thanks.
I want to see how that would
I have
fit.
to start charging money for design.
Yes. David, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. I'll try to help clarify a little bit of what I think Steve was trying to express. And that is, there's a little bit of a disunity between the second floor, which has a balance and symmetry, and the ground floor, which doesn't really read as corresponding at all to the second floor. And
Right.
I'm thinking that Stephen was maybe suggesting a way to create a unity between the first and second floor.
Hmm.
And the question I
Kath,
think we
Ka-
hinted at, but wasn't asked directly is, could you center the door
Mm-hmm.
on the ground floor?
Could we take this and move it over?
No,
Why not?
the two, well, one, it's if you, all the,
I'm talking to the client right now. I'm just asking him.
this is all if you look at the door and you look to the left or the right of it, it's the foundation. The way it is.
I don't think that's true.
That's a header. I mean, not a header, what do you call that? Along the base.
That too.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah.
It probably could be done. What I noticed about the Palazzo facade was that the awning only covered
Yes.
it centered over the doorway. There was a symmetry there, and the doorway on the right was separate and apart. And even though it didn't read where the top and the second floor and the first floor read as unified, at least the awning element created a centered element.
Yeah, but then it's different from the
I-
top.
Kathleen, can I ask you a
Yes.
question? It's John.
Yes, is it about the design? I think we should move on.
No,
Go
yeah,
ahead, John.
exactly.
I'm not
Isn't this
gonna-
supposed to be, let's just make this questions.
Right,
I'd like
right.
to jump into the discussion as well. And if that's my suggestion.
I'm asking
Yes.
questions.
Yes, go ahead, David.
Ask a question.
Ask
And
the question.
is can the door be moved to the center?
Excuse, say you want I will. Let me see how that would look. Okay, I'm willing to explore it, of course. The ultimate decision, I think, has to see how it works with the inside, and there's a lot of other complications. But
Our responsibility is the exterior facade, and I think again, we have to stick this into formal questions. So
Can I,
next-
go ahead.
the
Yeah.
next question I have is the material above the door. You mentioned you didn't want to use a brick above the windows on the ground floor. You mentioned that it was a tile. What is it exactly? A mosaic tile?
yes, like a glazed 2-inch by 2-inch or 3-inch by 3-inch mosaic tile of the same color pattern palette.
As the same color
Browns and
palette
oranges. Yeah.
The same color palette as what?
As each other, like in other words, let's say 4 colors, and they are of similar tone. Light brown, burnt orange. Maybe a burnt yellow, that kind of thing.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's going to be a mixture of tones of in the form of a grid.
Yes.
Tile. Okay, this
Correct.
is again questions.
Yep.
I guess at this point, the material that you show here in the blue and the brown, that is, I believe, described as stucco. Is that an FS product, or is that actually a real stucco?
I was going to call for a real stucco. A real stucco, and they are of 2 different textures. One would be smooth, and the other would have a more of a little bit of a gnarly feeling, a little more of a textured look.
Okay, and the windows, are they going to be wood?
What are the windows?
What are they called?
Actually, they're going to go that like a bronze anodized aluminum window.
On the second floor?
Yes.
And the lower windows will be the same on the ground floor?
Yes, they'll be the same. Right. They'll be matching.
Okay. And the cornice material above, like the projection cornice, what is that material?
You mean along the archway?
Above the archway, the actual above by the roof line.
Oh, that is what's there now. We're just going to repaint it. It's made of wood. It's a wooden cornice up there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's staying. That's the original.
Okay, that ends my question. Thank you.
Chair,
Uh,
can I
thank-
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
I just wanted to, regarding the centering of the door, I wasn't sure I got a clear answer of whether it would, I mean, I can recognize that you're trying to work within the existing foundation, existing structure. Can you just clarify whether it would be cost prohibitive or whether it would be require some kind of demolition to center the door the way the original building looks?
Well, I could not put in that, that, if you look at the original building, there's a very tall, like garage door there.
Right.
Like,
but
it's
even
like a,
to center it, I'm just asking if you were to center the door, can we clarify? I know you want to work within the existing structure as it is now, right? I imagine that's far more, cost efficient.
Yeah.
I'm asking, would it be cost prohibitive? Or would it require demolition to put the door to center it the way we've been suggesting or
Right.
asking about?
well, here's the, let me answer, yeah, I'll answer.
Okay.
If we centered the door would be centered, you're right. But then the windows to the left of the door would not be the same as the windows to the restaurant to the right of the door, because on the extreme right, I have an arched entrance to the upstairs offices. So I would never achieve perfect symmetry,
Understood, but would you be required to demo, so, like, is that foundation where those windows are to the right of it?
It's a bulkhead.
Sorry, David, what was that?
It's a bulkhead.
It's a bulkhead. That's the word I was looking for before.
Right.
Okay, so it is possible to center it that way. Okay, I see. Thank you, appreciate it.
The only thing I would say is, again, I have not explored whether or not there are structural columns in the
Right,
corners.
okay.
Because I wasn't intending on moving it, so I never really explored it. I would have to. That's why I'm a little bit, hesitant to say, yeah, you're great, no problem. I really want to make sure
Understood.
yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions. The, underneath the existing awning now, what is there? Above the windows, under the
Yeah,
awning?
it's more, it's the same stucco you see, like that exists between the upper windows. It runs right behind the awning, down right to the top of the windows.
Okay, and then you testified, I believe Mr. Rooney asked a question about the brick, the pilasters on either side.
Yes,
Those are not original. That's the brick face, right? Brick
correct.
face?
Yeah, right. Our intention is to take that off and and instead put a thin brick, like, a half-inch thick thin brick with the real corners and all that. Because a real brick would stick out a lot and there's nothing to support it. So.
Okay, and what do you propose to do with the facade that's to the south? Because you do see that. Isn't there a driveway there? There's a little person in front of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I've no, she means out this way. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I think it's a big stucco wall, isn't it? Right now.
It's an archway going into a driveway to the next property.
No. But what's the wall? The side wall of this?
Oh, the side wall it's brick. It's painted.
It's okay. It's a painted brick.
It's
right?
painted brick.
Yeah.
The real brick, the original brick of the building?
Oof. You know what? I'm embarrassed to say I don't know, but I will find out.
It has. I'm familiar with the side of the building. So the one side, the left side, is right up against the other building, so you can't see it. That side, as you walk up that driveway, there's a driveway there. It's brick, but it's painted like there's a coating of brown. It's just painted over. It's brick that's painted. The side of the building is brick.
But is it the original brick of the building they're asking, or is it that same stucco crap?
No, it's the original brick of the building.
Okay.
And it was just painted and covered up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. And I believe those are all my questions. Oh, Jason has just arrived. Hi, Jason. Were you able to listen to this testimony? Do you have any questions of the applicant?
No, I wasn't able to catch the majority of the presentation, so I'll abstain.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we any more questions from the commissioners?
No.
No. All right. Tom, at this point, before we get into discussion, can you please go over your report?
I'll just jump down to the two comments that I had, and they're
Yes.
similar to the last comments that I had. But my comment number one was the overall architecture character as shown on the proposed facade alters the buildings, and that's a typo, identity, and its special visual character in the district. The treatment is not consistent with the guidelines and destroys the building's distinguishing architectural features. It is recommended that the applicant look at the original facade at the second floor level and design an approach that better reflects the detailing of the original design. And the owner/architect should examine accent fabric to see what remains of the original building. Now, I believe the architect testified that he did look into, I'm specifically really concerned about the second floor, right? This commission's all about preservation, restoration, and reconstruction. And now that we have that photograph, I think the goal should be to at least restore the best we can, the second floor of the building. Display windows on the ground floor change all the time. And we've seen this throughout, the life of other buildings in town. So I'm not too concerned with the ground floor level, but the second floor, we should do the best we can to recreate or reconstruct that second floor level. And my second comment had to do with, basically says the applicant should provide a complete set of working drawings that include detailed specification, cut sheet, manufacturer, project information, product information, and mock-up boards for the proposed exterior materials, color palettes, et cetera. Because there is a lot changing here. I know we've been talking a lot about the step brick, corbels below the roof, and I think it's important that those be reconstructed, either out of brick or stucco. I think the shape of the building is one of its distinguishing characteristics, and the proposed arch shape, I think, completely goes against the guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I have one more question. In the center, on the current photograph, there's a rectangular, it looks like an air vent. And in the new photograph, you have it covered over in the proposed design?
What?
I'm looking at the picture at the.
Are we talking about the top or the bottom?
Are you talking
The
about?
top. No,
The roof vent.
Yeah, it's a roof vent. You're proposing to cover that up?
Yes, we would vent the roof by other means. Yeah.
Okay.
Vent the roof by other means. Okay.
How is that? Okay. So why don't we start with our discussion? I think it was John that started.
Do you want me to start again? Okay.
Yes, discussion.
Well, discussion, and then I agree with what Tom Connolly report. If we're rebuilding this arch or this brick thing, there's no reason not to recreate what was there before. Okay. So if we're rebuilding it, that's easy enough to do. The two windows that exist there now, yeah, they're there. They've been there for a long time. Someone did it's much more of a structural issue to start playing with those. I don't have a problem with those windows, except I'd take off whatever that little cornice is on top of those windows and just simplify them, or take some clue from the arches over the windows on the far left, that detailing of some sort over a square window, whatever. One way you could probably, this is taking off on what Steve was suggesting, is to create symmetry without demoing what is on the left of the door, is just add another door to the right. And then have a double door entry that looks centered. And that way you have less, say, construction than trying to unify both sides. So that's a suggestion, and that gets set back to symmetry. I think the original, I think you could say that the original facade was very austere and simple. I'm a little concerned this is getting to be a little decorative and overly worked, and would suggest that you simplify it, tone it down. Those are suggestions. I don't have anything else to say.
Great, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I think that's well said, and I think if it's possible to recreate that step ornamentation, it's beautiful, and to try and recreate that, I think would be a great
but we could do it instead of-
benefit to the building. And potentially, instead of covering up the vent, maybe restoring the circular vent would be a great addition. And those are really my only two comments. Thank you.
And Mr. Greenbaum?
So I would, I think that John's suggestion of widening the door or making it two separate doors.
No, a
is
double door.
a double, well, that's what I'm saying, two doors would be a way to address the symmetry issue. And pragmatically, it probably makes sense to have a wider entrance. I'm not as hung up on the corbelling of the brickwork, the original brickwork, but I do think that the awnings on the existing Palazzo building on the second floor, I always thought were very nice. I mean, what it did is it brought some projection out onto the street. And I think it'd be nice to see an open-sided, kind of like an Italian, I don't know if you're familiar, the difference when you see like in Rome, where you see just a single panel of fabric with an overhang as an awning over the two top windows, and perhaps something on the ground as well, I think would soften the building. And then I thought Mr. Graham's suggestion of the vent returning in the form of a circle as kind of an oculus, it might be a very nice element, which might serve as an actual functioning vent. But I think that would be a nice element centering, between the windows and above. So awnings, not so afraid to keep the eyebrow that you've shaped, that you proposed. Round oculus, double doors. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rooney?
All good suggestions. My problem is symmetry. And I think that adding a second door to the right, to the south, will certainly help balance the whole facade. And the awning going across with the flare going up, I don't think needs to be there, but try to keep as much in mind as the original building was, because it's very, very simple, very, very nice. And
Yeah, but this is what we have now.
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My comment would be to simplify. I think there's a lot going on here between the awning, between that I don't even know what that shape is on top of the awning, and the projected moldings that come out from the top windows. I think the idea of retaining or recreating that kind of Zuggernut corbelling at the top would be very unique and something that would really, draw your eye to this facade. And I think the idea of the double door is really a great idea, and I hope you investigate that further. So with that, if there's no more comments, we'll see if there's any comments from the public.
Kathleen, as a member of the public, I have a comment. Just that the sign made me curious, and it turns out that a Wills St. Clair is a car. It was a luxury automobile that was first made in 1921, up until 1927. I don't know if you can see it, but that's it.
Oh, nice.
And apparently the chief engineer for, one of the engineers for Henry Ford, who worked at Henry Ford, started his own company. His name was Wills. And he made those cars. And I guess they probably sold only in rich towns.
No?
Claire.
Ira, was that your college car?
What?
Was that the car you had in college?
Yeah, they went under. I wish I had it. They went under in 1927. So it was that period. So that picture, at least, is from that period. Building looks older, actually, than that.
Yes, I've just found my notes. It said the building is, it's a commercial building constructed circa 1900. So it could possibly have changed from stable use to a car garage during this, at this time.
Anyway, that's what that was. I wish we still had the sign. It's probably worth as much as the building.
Thank you, Ira. Anybody else online that wants to make a comment?
Okay, the public, you're unmuted. So if anybody has a comment, now's the time to make it.
Well, I guess hearing there's none, we'll close the public comment section. Okay, thank you, Janice. So we have a couple of recommendations that I think we'll be forwarding to the zoning board. One of them would be, I think, with the sculpture and the mosaic.
I think this is a certificate of appropriateness.
Oh, okay. Oh, then we should. Sorry, thank you, Janice. We're gonna have to request that you come back.
Right.
That's correct. Take another whack at it.
Right. I think all the suggestions that we've given you, and with what you're working with now, and especially with the image of that old building, I think you're onto something really. It'll be really good, and especially centering the door in the center.
Okay, may I address, or is this the time I can speak, or?
Yes, John, Mr. Cardinale, sure.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm just, the business with the door on the bottom. If this structure had, let's say, 2 shops instead of 1 restaurant, we'd be seeing a couple of doors placed where they will be placed. I'm honestly not seeing that streetscape thing as being critical to the symmetry. I mean, that the canopy I ran across where it says Fullerton's, that was intended to do that. So is that middle thing, that mystery thing that everybody's talking about. The idea is to say middle, but the downstairs, the streetscape is responding to whatever use is happening. There could be 2 or 3 shops down there with doors placed randomly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have, the whole thing doesn't have to line up like the New York Library. There is a certain commercial randomness to the streetscape, to the ground floor, and that's the only thing I'm saying. It's upstairs. Yeah, the remarks are valid. I can work with that. But the downstairs, I honestly have to see, first of all, structurally, if it'll work, if there's not a column where we want a door. And thirdly, even how it works out on the inside, how the circulation for the restaurant works out, because it is a particular way. We will certainly investigate it. I promise you that.
Yeah, well, of course, these are suggestions. So, and I think the majority of the commissioners have really stressed the idea of symmetry and simplicity, certainly compared to what we're seeing with the original photo. So, sure. I mean, you have to make that decision if it's, viable for you to do that, and whether it works for the inside space. I mean, we can work with that.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, but just the center door, the window removes the cornice. The windows will match material-wise on the top and the bottom. And
those are suggestions.
Right.
Those are suggestions. I think they now need to come back. They have to come back.
I have to put another, because I don't want to come back in how many weeks.
These aren't conditions at the moment.
These are just suggestions that everybody just was writing down suggestions.
So this is Michael, the building owner.
Yes.
Okay. My intentions and within my small budget was to change the facade of the building. Now, granted, I dug up that old picture, but as you're giving me these suggestions, I'm working with the middle picture, not the old picture. So, you know, the building would call it damaged. It was already done. So I know at one time someone spoke about putting the 4 windows up top. I'm not looking to do major construction and foundation work and put it there. So that was one. So I'm working with the middle picture, not the building on the left. The other thing to say was, yes, I agree. Maybe up top we could make that because it's going to be in stucco. It's not going to be in brick because all that brick was destroyed. Instead of the oval up top, maybe with the John could make it like a square. Now coming down to the bottom, there's a door with a ramp into my restaurant. For me to start putting a double door in a thing, I'm changing everything. Like the ramp into the place. I can't put it. It was never symmetrical for the last 50 to 100 years. I can't afford to make it symmetrical now. What John was doing, putting the awning all the way across, was trying to make the whole building symmetrical. But I would look at doing the up top and changing it to the whatever you want to call it, the step look. But that's out of the question of me adding a door or changing that whole structure. That's way out of my budget. I would just sit here and say, leave it as is. And then the other thing is going back to the awning. I don't like that whole awning thing. And someone said, oh, like in Italy, it's not necessarily an Italian restaurant. I like the type of awning that was there. The awnings that are there are just covers up the whole face of the building with that type of awning. With the awning that John has, you're able to see the face. I'm just saying that's where I stand. If I have to add doors and do this, I'll say I'll leave it as is.
Yeah.
Yes, so we understand that, Mr. Debenetto, and that's why we just gave some suggestions.
Oh, okay.
I don't based on that, I have some your comments. I have some suggestions.
Sure.
And I guess the way I would look at it is, okay, it costs money. Then what you're spending, I would say the changes you are making should be consistent with the old building. I think that limestone thing above the awning with the metal railing and all that, I would get rid of that. Keep it simple. I would get rid of the corbels above the windows, and then I would step the stucco as you're suggesting, and then what you've touched, you've made improvements upon what it is now, and you're doing less. So that's what I would support.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And the other thing about me saying, "Oh, we're going to come back," how many weeks? This is our third time. I have to get this place going.
Yeah, sure.
That's why I was kind of almost saying I wish we could get a resolution now and say, okay, good. I could order the windows and start this. I'm Dalia. Someone said the Benedetto's a Mason. My name is Dalia.
Dalia. So, Mr. Dalia, based on what you've heard tonight, and based on Tom Conley's comments, he would certainly be able to talk to you to give you some guidance on what you come back and present us with next time.
And I'd like to point out our next meeting is November 18th. So it's really just around the corner. So if you can revise these plans and get it to us, a week ahead of time, which would be the 11th, November 11th, I think we'll be able to move pretty quickly. You just changes, and then we'll get you before the next meeting.
So how about, it would be John, he's the architect, to revise the plans. I'm fine with revising some of the plans up top, but as far as the bottom is concerned, like that's where it's getting. And what I'm going to ask you is, if we're putting, is the bottom okay where I could put the order in for the windows? Because that's going to take like weeks to come as it is, or months.
Before, would it be possible to do a revisions committee meeting or before the November 18th meeting to help give them some additional guidance? So that
Well,
we
I
could,
guess, right, that's a good point. If you have got to look to see whether, or what you're going to do actually with the ground floor. That's a good point.
Yeah, but I want to go back to saying the ground floor minus what's above the awning. I'm kind of saying the windows are there. I'm
The openings are there.
So
the openings are there. I don't want to put a double door. I can't put a double door and just say, okay, the bottom is good to go. I could put an order in for the windows and John will just revise the top.
So, Mr. Delia, but my suggestion would be perhaps can we bifurcate the certificate of appropriateness? Because otherwise it's at your risk. And do the bottom of a certificate of appropriateness this evening for the bottom and then do the top at the next meeting?
I don't think I think it's the reverse.
The way around.
It's the reverse. It's the bottom that has to be resolved.
Right. So we can.
All right, then I don't think you're
No,
gonna.
I agree what you said. The bottom is just the windows. I'm saying it's just a matter of the awning. Do you want it across the whole building or just across the restaurant windows?
That was.
We're talking about the windows.
I think that there's a lot of opinions around here, and to be clean,
Yeah, I mean,
I would suggest come back. It's really not that long, November 18th. If you get your documents in on time, we certainly can get you on the agenda and get this heard and get it resolved.
Janice, just again, to make sure that they're not coming back on the 18th and then we go for another round, should this be also a revisions committee meeting in advance so that everybody's comfortable with what's presented on the 18th?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what my suggestion would be for the economy and efficiency, perhaps, John, put together like 3 different, even if you do it on vellum as a sketch. So when you meet with the revisions committee, you can explore like different concepts and get to a resolution in advance, you know, without the trouble of renderings. Of course, by the time you get to the 18th, you want to have it rendered, but in the advance, you could get the basic concepts, the basic programming resolved.
Yeah, well, that's fine. When does the revision committee meet, though?
Well, we can meet it whenever you get anything together. So if you can do it by next week, we can certainly pull together a meeting.
Okay. All right. I'll be in touch with you, Janice.
Okay.
Okay. So as we stand now, you're coming back for a revisions committee meeting to discuss at least the bottom facade prior to the November 18th, where you will return again with a new plan.
Correct.
Yeah, the whole facade on the 18th, but
Yeah,
The whole facade, right?
We'll look at it. Yeah.
everything on the 18th.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, our next order of business is HPC application 2021-54 at 540 Valley Road. It's the Bank of America building. And this is again for the Certificate of Appropriateness. This, as everyone knows, is it lies within the Upper Montclair Historic District, and it's a modern 1976 2-story, 5-bay wide and 4-bay deep flat roofed precast concrete structure. And the applicant is proposing to remove and replace existing signage at the building, drive-through parking, and wayfinding signage at the building exterior. The exterior concrete facade will be washed and repaired and coated to achieve an overall uniform color and appearance, and new landscaping is proposed. Who do we have here to speak for this application?
Mr. Letizia is the attorney that's representing Bank of America. I've made you a panelist. And as well as Susan Ferrara, who I know works with you. Is there anybody else? But Mr. Letizia, you have to turn on your microphone.
Are there any witnesses who are going to testify? Did I need to swear in?
Yes. I need to know who else is going to be testifying on this one. Either Susan or Mr. Letizia.
Well,
Let me know who else to make a panelist. There you go. Okay, Mr. Letizia, I think you're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening.
Okay.
Members of the commission, Tom Letizia, attorney representing Bank of America National Association. We have two witnesses to answer your question.
would they, if they could raise their right hand,
Well, who are your witnesses? I have to make them panelists.
Mark Krakilski
Okay,
and Brian Miles.
okay. They are both now panelists. Turn
Mr.
your,
Kukowski and Mr. Miles, could you raise your right hands, please? Do you both hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm the commission's attorney. I'm going to swear you in. So do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission, truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, and just state your names again so we have it on the record, please.
My name is Mark Krachilsky. Last name is
Okay.
Arichilsky.
And my name is Brian Miles. Last name spelled Miles.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
Can I ask what your relationship is to the project? Are you the architect or? Mr.
Yeah, I'm the site civil engineer for this project.
Okay,
And Kathleen, I'm the project designer and project manager representing the architect.
okay, great, thank you.
Hmm.
So I know there's I spoke before about lighting is changing and landscaping. Do we have the image up that you want to start with?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have I want to provide a little bit of background before I turn it over to our witnesses. Just put this in context, okay? So Bank of America is currently in the process of updating its brand, which includes some slight changes to the lettering and flag of its logo and refreshing the exterior of its branches as needed. We are here this evening to discuss proposed updates to the existing Bank of America building at 560 Valley Road. As you know, the property is in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zone, and it's also located in the Upper Montclair Historic District. And this particular building was categorized as a harmonizing structure in the 2006 nomination report. Harmonizing indicates that the building is from a later period than the period of the district's significance, which covers the period 1880s, the 1930s. The building style was classified as modern. So we were before the commission back in August, you may recall, to discuss two of the new signs that are proposed for this building, which require zoning variances. The commission was in favor of the signage design, subject to the condition that the fasteners for the wall sign on the brick facade be installed into the mortar joints and not the brick face. And the bank does agree with that recommendation. Tonight, we're here to request a certificate of appropriateness for the elements of the proposed improvements that do not require site plan or variance approval because they comply with the ordinance or are consistent with a previously issued sign variance. More specifically, the bank requests approval for new replacement wall and wayfinding signage. You will see that the signs are identical in design to what we presented in August for the variance signs. In addition, the bank proposes to perform some maintenance work and then cleaning and sealing the exterior concrete of the building. The bank originally proposed in its application to stain the concrete. However, upon further investigation of the product and also considering the commission's strong recommendation made at the last meeting that the concrete be simply cleaned and not painted, the bank has decided just to perform a thorough cleaning of the concrete. So with that, I'll turn this over to Mark Rakilski, who will present the signage portion of this application. And Mark, hopefully you'll also be able to address the chair's questions about lighting as well as the landscaping.
Yep. So right now we are looking at our first slide. It's the overall site plan. It kind of covers all of the signage that we are proposing throughout the site, including the 2 signs that required variance relief at the last HPC meeting. On the back of the site, there are 21 parking signs throughout the site that are just being replaced at their current positions. As you make your way towards the actual building, there is the drive-through canopy in which we are proposing to replace 2 clearance signs, 2 do not enter canopy signs, and a drive-up ATM canopy sign. You have the larger bold text call-out labels as you work your way down on the right and left side of the building, and those are in reference to the prior signs that we provided testimony on. And then as you make your way down further, there are 2 new concrete overhang signs being proposed to replace the current ones, and one that was previously shown on the, I'll call it the central of the 3 concrete overhangs, is being proposed to be removed. It's the one with the Merrill Lynch logo, and we'll see more information on that in a later slide. Otherwise, there are 3 wayfinding signs that are being proposed to be replaced along Valley Road. And there's a 4th one that was further inside the site that's proposed to be removed. With that, we can move along to the next slide, which provides a better look of what's existing out there today. Slide 2. In view A, you have the northeast facade. On the large brick facade, you see the 2 existing signs we referred to previously from the prior application that are proposed to be replaced with 1 Bank of America sign. On the concrete overhang closest to the cursor there now, the other concrete overhang to the right facing the drive aisle, that's the Merrill Lynch sign that's being proposed to be removed. And then you have the Bank of America sign on the concrete overhang facing the roadway. That one is being proposed to be replaced with a very similar looking sign that represents the bank's rebrand. And then you can see in this picture actually on the left side and kind of on the right side underneath the enter only sign, there are 2 wayfinding signs, these small square signs there. Those are both also being proposed to be replaced as we discussed on the last slide. Moving on to view B, that's the west facade. That one, similar to the other concrete overhang in view A that notes Bank of America, it's going to be replaced with a very similar looking sign that we'll be seeing on the next sheet. View C is the southeast facade existing condition, in which we are proposing a new Bank of America sign to mimic the one that's replacing the 2 on view A. And then view D, the north facade existing addition, is the last new concrete overhang sign that I noted from the first slide. With that, to get an idea of the proposed signs and branding, you can hop over to the 3rd slide. So you can see in the image top left, the Bank of America sign that will be replacing the 2 signs on the brick facade on the one side, and that will be taking the empty space of the facade on this side. And then in the bottom right image, that's the Bank of America logo that's to replace the ones that are currently on the concrete overhang.
And these are the 2 signs that we showed last time that require variances and that the board, this commission recommended approval of.
Exactly. Aside from those, if you go through the next couple of slides, slide 4 here, this provides an existing to proposed comparison of the bank sign and rebrand. You can see, as Tom stated earlier, it's a very similar look, slight difference in text, darker blue with the whiter background. And this is actually the halo lit sign. It's the only illuminated sign that's being proposed. The one that's on the brick facade from the prior one is not illuminated. If you hop onto the next slide, it shows another existing and proposed comparison of the brick facade that we shows the two signs that are to be removed with the singular Bank of America sign and logo. Next, if you just slide through 6 through 9 slowly, it shows the wayfinding signs that are being proposed to be replaced. They have a very similar look, but add in another one of the bank's signature colors. Otherwise, same size, same general look. Next slide, same idea. One more that's being replaced on the next slide. And then the last one is the sign that's to be removed. Overall, those are the signs that we are proposing to either add or replace throughout the project site. I know we did touch on the signs that included the 2 variances, although we are specifically here for the other signs for this meeting. All of those signs do conform with the ordinance or are consistent with signs that have been previously approved in the site. And with that, we'd like to move on to our testimony for the actual facade treatment, unless...
Mark, can you just briefly touch on the landscaping?
Yeah, sure. Can we actually hop back to the first slide for that? If you slide down a bit. So you can see actually there's a very lightly shaded gray tree around circle 15-inch tree at the bottom there underneath what says great.
Here?
Yeah, so that tree is actually to be removed, not part of the proposed plan. And then to actually enhance the site aesthetic, we're proposing several shrubs, oak leaf hydrangeas and inkberry hollies. Yeah, those the circular symbols you see throughout there. And then there is the fancy hatch labeled as Pan Ham in between. And that's a Hamilton fountain grass to fill in the rest.
And just to be clear, the tree in the front, that 15-inch, that is no longer there.
Yeah, a photo that shows it today, gone that we could distribute.
Sorry, are you replacing it? I didn't, it's not quite clear.
No, we are not proposing to replace it. We are proposing new shrubs and ground cover to the right side there, but the tree we're not proposing to replace, just
Okay.
removed. Just want to clarify that is no longer there.
Okay, Ryan, can you address the concrete, please?
Sure, thank you. So as Tom had alluded to in his intro, as far as our intentions for the
Sorry,
facade.
Brian.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry to interrupt, but we weren't quite finished with the signage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you called him. I'm sorry.
These couple slides just show the graphics that will be on the doors. Again, somewhat similar to what's there now. Just again matching the brand.
You do know that the graphics can't exceed 20% of the glass.
Okay, well,
that's a zoning requirement. So I don't know if actually this has actually been reviewed. This proposal has been reviewed by our zoning officer because that's the maximum. It looks like it's more than 20%.
well, how do you, what, of each glass, Janice, or is it you take the total?
No, it's usually each glass frame, 20% of that frame.
Mm-hmm.
And here you would probably use the door, because these are doors, right?
Correct.
So it'd be 20% of each door.
All right, well, we'll take a look at that and we'll discuss it with your zoning officer. We may
Yeah,
have to
but
modify that.
it looks like it's more than 20%.
Okay, Brian, sorry to steal your thunder there.
No problem, Tom. Thanks. So, so as Tom had alluded to, and can you move to slide 13?
13. Okay, there we go.
Perfect. Thank you. So as Tom had alluded to in the introduction, you know, with our intentions and what we wanted to do with the existing facade, I really just wanted to take a couple minutes and kind of just run through our existing conditions, how we kind of, the research that we did and how we came to the conclusions that we came to. So in evaluating the existing facade of the building, as you can see, we determined that this is a brutalist architecture type. We can see depicted by the large heavy geometry, the rough unfinished material, and in this case, as you can see, this is a cast in place concrete that you can see the pattern holes where the through wall form anchors were installed originally. So really the goal, what we really were looking at when we looked at this project was how can we rejuvenate the existing facade while maintaining the architectural style and basically the integrity of the building material. We did reach out. We worked with a contractor who specialized in concrete restoration, kind of see what our options were for doing this rejuvenation. And as Tom had stated, we had looked into doing a concrete stain on the existing facade, but after really researching the method, we really just felt like the stain was too much like painting. It was really going against our intentions of maintaining the unfinished look of that brutalist style. So ultimately, you know, our other option was, you know, to repair and clean and seal the existing concrete. And when I say repair, really we walked around the building with our concrete specialist. And we just noticed there were several areas where the composite material at the anchor patches, which you can see in the two pictures there to the lower right, they had dislodged or loosened due to the material as it aged. So we would like to, you know, make the repairs to those areas. And as you can see in the lower right hand corner, there's a couple areas in the corners where the concrete's kind of been nicked. So we would like to make the necessary repairs. And then secondly, you know, using a pressure wash that would be operated obviously at the appropriate pressures, you know, we don't want to disturb the integrity of the finish, and combining that with a light detergent to kind of clean it. That lower right-hand corner picture is a representation of an area in the back where we did a cleaning to see what we would ultimately come up with. I think it really kind of lightened things. It kind of gave us that rejuvenation that we were looking for. So ultimately, we really wanted to just move forward, and then beyond that, you know, we would do a seal where we could apply a waterproof sealant to kind of prevent moisture from entering the concrete and doing any more, you know, doing any damage to the concrete. So really, based on our research, and we did really take to heart your recommendations from the last meeting that we received with regards to just doing the cleaning. So. You know, we really are just looking to make the necessary repairs, cleaning and sealing the concrete. It just allows us to maintain the integrity of the existing material and really kind of stick with that brutalist style building. So that's all I have, Tom. Thank you.
And Brian, I think we just have a couple other slides that sort of shows the finished product.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At least, you know, a representation, illustration of with the new signage. And that's it. That's our presentation.
Thank you. We'll start with questions from the commissioners. Jason, do you have any questions?
No questions.
John? But you're mute.
Yes, one question. Can we look at slide 13? Back up to right there. Can you remove the electrical conduit applied to the building? and feed these electrical points in a little bit more discreet way?
Yes, and thank you, John. That actually was part of our scope, was to take as much of the surface mounted conduit and kind of locate it in conspicuous areas in the corners and stuff, so that you can't see them as well.
Well, I see one right in the corner there. If you mean that corner, then it's
Yeah, right.
conspicuous. So it would improve the facade. It goes to the longevity of the outside of the building too. You patch those holes as you're doing everything else.
Correct. And there's really a lot more of it on the back side of the building, where
Okay.
where the drive through is, where we want to get it close to the corners and anywhere where we can hide it, so that it is not in view.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it, John?
Yes, I just had one question.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, the township's been promoting native species of plants for landscape improvements. I was just wondering if you had worked with the township arborist on the landscaping improvements.
We do have a landscape architect in-house that we work directly with on that, and he does make his focus to go with native species. We could certainly work with the one in town as well to get their approval.
That would be my only suggestion, but thank you.
And Mr. Rooney?
My question is illuminating signs. Did the original building as it is now have any illuminated signs?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The original building as it is now, does it have illuminated signs?
Yes, the same sign.
And you're going to replace those signs with illuminated signs. Are you going to put illuminated signs anywhere else?
No.
Okay, that's my question.
And thank you. Mr. Greenbaum? Mr. Greenbaum?
Just had to unmute. I'm wondering, in terms of cleaning the building, et cetera, you decided against doing a stain or a paint and just going to cleaning the building. And I'm looking on page 13 at the picture, and I'm assuming the area in the taped area is the area that's defined as the cleaned area. Is that correct? Is that the sample area?
Yeah, honestly, Dave, I think the area actually, from looking at it, it's from the top of that down. I believe that whole bottom portion was cleaned.
I see. Okay. I mean, it would be great if the cleaning process was successful. If for any reason it isn't successful, did you consider any other alternate treatments?
No, we really just looked at the stain because we were really more focused on the type of material and the type of architecture that we saw here. We didn't want to take away from what the intent was, I believe. And in brutalist architecture, the intent is to have this minimalist, rough and unfinished material. So what I was really envisioning was, what can we do to regenerate that or rejuvenate that, as far as, how could we make that look like it did when it was first built, without really removing the integrity of the material. And I just felt that the staining, and when I first heard concrete staining, I don't really have a whole lot of experience with it, was, when you stain a piece of wood, it looks nice. It looks like, you rejuvenated the wood. It looks new. This really just kind of looked like paint to me, and I didn't think it was the right application for it. So I really just was very confident, and I believe the bank was in agreement that we really just try to retain the existing look and just kind of try to brighten it by cleaning it.
Okay, I just hope you're successful getting a clean uniformity to it, because it looks very, very blotchy. And I'm guessing too, you're probably gonna have like sections that you're gonna have to, patch. Is there a lot of patching that needs to be done?
It's more of the what's the word I'm looking for? The composite material, where you look at those anchor pads, the pattern, the pattern anchor patches where they cut off the the forms in the original construction. And some of them are just, we've just noticed that some of them have started to dislodge a little bit, and it's just, we really want to just really re-secure those patches and any areas where we see, and honestly, the building was, when we were out there, was in very good condition. There really wasn't a whole lot, but I think the majority of it was at these anchor patches.
Okay. I'm just curious, did you ever consider like a stucco material, but something that's smooth, not with any kind of, just like a skim coat of some sort,
No,
like a white or something of that nature?
they're cleaning it. Are you
No, I understand, but
suggesting the skim coat for patching, or they're cleaning the concrete?
I'm saying if they're not successful, if they're not able to get a uniformity, if it's not a successful process, I'm just wondering if they have a backup plan, an alternate plan. Because judging from the picture you're showing me, at least that picture, I'm not seeing a significant change. That's all. You put that picture there as a representation of before and after, and I'm not quite sure I'm seeing a difference. That's all.
Yeah, I think ultimately, Dave, I think we were really just kind of looking to kind of keep the existing, retain the existing look of it, and just kind of clean it. We can certainly take that, that option into consideration, but really this was, I think, really the simplest way of just kind of maintaining what we had.
No, I hope you're successful at it. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
It's an attractive building, actually, especially with the landscaping.
Thank you. I have a question. On that, what we're looking at right now, the top left-hand corner, there's a barrier, a low wall that separates the lot from the sidewalk. Is that also concrete?
It is.
Are you planning to clean that?
I kind of handle that over to Mark. Mark, is that part of our property, or is that?
Yes, it will be cleaned.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, because I don't think is that in the application? All right, so just to make sure that the wall is clean too.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, because you can see a real difference in that photograph. The building looks as though it's been cleaned, but not the wall. All right, has everyone had a chance to ask questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Janice, is there anybody on the line for public that wants to speak from the public?
Find out. Okay, members of the public, you're unmuted. So this is your opportunity to speak. Or ask questions, I should say, make comments. I don't hear any.
Okay, so if nobody's on the phone, we'll declare that section is over, public comment. Now we're on for discussion. Jason, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I don't have anything to add. I don't have a problem with the proposed amendments, given that they did obtain variance approval for the majority of the elements and HPC review. With the caveat of the items that Janice mentioned about zoning compliance on those decals.
Okay, thank you. John?
No comment.
Mike?
Yeah, no additional comment other than I would like them to work with the town arborist on the landscaping.
Okay, and Steve,
No comment, thank you.
David? Mr. Greenbaum? Are you muted?
No comment for me, thank you.
Okay, my comment would be that I'm in favor of the proposed project. I think with the cleaning, it will be a really good addition, a cleaned addition, a new addition with the signage and the cleaning and the landscaper to Upper Montclair Business District. So thank you. Would someone, I think we have some conditions though, noted. One was, Janice, are you writing this or should I say that?
I have a couple. I have native species should be used, and the landscaping shall be, the applicant shall work with the township arborist on the selection of the landscaping materials. The door signs shall be revised to conform to the zoning requirements. The electrical conduits shall be relocated to an inconspicuous area.
And the wall by the sidewalk is to be cleaned too. Is that part of the application? I didn't see that in here, but should that be a condition or is that already within the application?
I think it'll be clear if we make it a condition.
Okay. So we have
Chair Bennett, this is Tom Connolly. I did have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The applicant stated the last time that they were before this commission, which I wrote last time and this time, the fasteners for the wall-mounted sign into the existing brick shall be installed into the mortar joints, not to the face of the brick. Their detail on sheet 3 of 14 of their sign submittal still shows the detail incorrectly.
Yes, we will revise that, Mr. Connell.
Okay.
Okay, so that should become another condition then.
I got it.
Chair, did we ask for public comment?
I think we
No, we
did.
did questions. I'm just not sure that we did public comment.
Oh, public comment, sorry.
All right.
Is there anybody on the public for public comment?
Okay, members of the public, you're unmuted. So if anybody has any comments, this is the time to make those comments. Don't hear any.
Okay, so the public comment section will be closed. Thank you, Janice. Would somebody make a motion to approve this application with the conditions that we've listed? I believe there's 6.
Motion.
Five or six, Janice?
5 or 6, I haven't counted. But I haven't counted.
Okay. But we've enumerated them. We've okay. So would somebody please make a motion to approve the application?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good
Looking
evening.
forward to
Thank
seeing
you.
the new
Thank you.
facade. Thanks.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, this is a referral from the Board of Adjustment. Application 2763, 13 Wheeler Street. And if you remember, we approved our first demolition approval was concerned the structure that was on this property. So this is the subject property is 2 adjacent lots on the Wheeler Street Potential Historic Resource Area. One of the lots contains a Singer family resident in the vernacular Greek Revival style. And as I said before, it was approved for demolition by the HPC, and lot 13 is an empty lot. The applicant proposes to construct 2 two-family homes, one on each lot. A shared driveway is proposed that straddles the property between the two homes. So who is here to speak to the application?
Good evening, Commissioners. John Vettery on behalf of the applicant, Michelle Dolgan, for the 13 Wheeler Trust. This is the site owner. I'm here this evening along with the site owner, Ms. Dolgan, and the architect, Adam Lasota.
All right,
Thank you.
would witnesses, Mr. Vetter, you're an attorney, right?
Yes, hi, Ira.
Right, so, hi. So let's have the two witnesses raise their right hands, please. Are they brought in yet, Janice?
They're all there.
Okay, great. Could you raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, I heard one yes.
Ms. Dolgan, I don't think you have your microphone turned on. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Could you two just identify yourselves so we have your name on the record?
Małgorzata Dolgan, the owner of 13 Wheeler Street.
Adam Lasota, the architect.
Thanks very much, Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Thanks, Commissioners. So we were before this board on, I believe it was August 26th, at which time this board deemed that and determined that we had met the criteria to permit the demolition of the building. We spoke a little bit that evening, and Mr. Lasota was on the call that evening as well, about what we would propose and trying to keep in the architectural plans of the neighborhood. I think that Mr. Lasota has done that. We're here tonight to present those plans that we think will not only complement the neighborhood, but make a vast improvement there from what's currently there. We recognize that this is not a restoration, that it is something new, and we're not trying to quote unquote fake it with something that's not an actual restoration. These are both new construction, and we did heed the recommendations of this commission with respect to some of the details that you see this evening, and we're interested to hear more from you. So with that said, I'd like to have Adam come up and explain the plans, answer the questions, and then we're available, as is the applicant, to answer any additional questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. So I'll just kind of run through the idea of the project and how we took, as John said, some of those considerations from the Historic Committee to make sure that these new construction homes were stylistically appropriate, and more importantly, appropriate for the street and for the immediate neighborhood, and how we were able to actually, unfortunately, not keep any of the existing structure, but keep some of that, historically significant materiality that you're seeing here in the rendering on the fronts of those masonry porches. So what I want to start here, you're seeing the first page, and thank you, Janice, for bringing us up of the architectural drawings. Just showing a rendering. These are two mirrored images, each other, both for 13 and for 15 Wheeler Street, with that center driveway through that John had alluded to earlier. The style that we went for was, again, the Greek Revival style. We tried to also make it very similar to the home previously by incorporating a very centered gable, having the two windows on the second floor that are symmetrical on the facade, a full covered front porch, along with an entryway that is demising immediately onto the staircase, and also providing a double window, a larger window there on the first floor in order to bring in more natural light, also because of the covering that those front porches are providing. We are also including adornments around all of the windows with more pronounced caseworking, cornicing. We're showing the keystones there, as you can see in the rendering. The sill is also protruded, and an actual real extended sill beyond the casing on all the windows as well. There, we're also utilizing a hardy plank siding with a wood texture. It's a modern approach that lends itself to some great longevity, but still has a very, very, if not immediately convincing materiality of being wood siding, which I feel is also an appropriate consideration, especially being in a historic district. The color that you're seeing there that we're alluding to is a Bombay blue color from Hardy board themselves, from James Hardy. It's already a pre-baked color, thus the color will last a lot longer. And we are trying to kind of play to what was there before. There was that painted blue facade. So we're trying to incorporate
something old but into something new. And of course, the house itself is a little bit larger. It accommodates more towards today's living styles as opposed to what the original building was built for, I get the standards back, of course, when that was built, and changed around probably numerous times throughout the course of the construction. So Janice, if you could please go to the next page for me. Thank you. So you see on the left-hand side is the existing survey, and the right-hand side is what we're proposing new. It is rotated. So Janice, if you can zoom in onto the, oh, there we go. If we can zoom in on the architectural site plan that proposed. So we have numerous conditions and all the different requirements for zoning. This was a referral from the zoning board to the historic board. So we're making sure to include all that pertinent information for our zoning application purposes. But really what I want to concentrate here is the covered front porches are flanking as far away as possible from that center driveway as a safety concern. And also we're proposing 2 new footprints. They're identical footprints, 16 by 60. They're going to be 2 family residences, and the orientation is that there is a 2.5-story residence at the front with a demising wall in the middle, and then a 2.5-story unit at the back end with its own private entrance at the back side. There's a shared driveway along with 4 parking spaces, and adequate parking spaces along with enough room to do a turnaround. This way, no one's driving backwards down that long asphalt driveway, as definitely for safety purposes. So Janice, and also here, one of the things I wanted to say is that there's 2 new street trees that you're seeing flanking left and right of that driveway, and that curb cut that we are shifting a little bit, just because the fact that that one tree that's existing next to the home, unfortunately, is rotten and unfortunately is not going to live much longer. Actually, a lot of the inside of the trunk is already hollowed out, and it's definitely not going to survive much longer. So in that case, we would like to replace it with 2 new street trees in order to continue the trees, especially there's one in front of to the neighbor to the left there, which is towards the northeast, that has a tree there as well. We want to continue that beautiful streetscape. We want to continue the urban architecture and really continue it not just with the architecture, but some natural landscape. So if you go to the next page for me, please. And it's going to go into the floor plans. So in the floor plan, just really simply, don't want to go into too much detail. Finished basement, open concept, first floor on all the units. And Janice, if you go to the next page for me.
Oops,
and then on the second floor, 2 bedrooms there with a shared bathroom in the middle. And then you can see in the finished attic space, there's going to be the master bedroom along with its own private bathroom and walk-in closet. Again, 4 units. They're all the same. And just like I said, the 2 units facing actually Wheeler Street, and the other 2 are going to be facing the rear yard. So Janice, if you go to the next page for me, please. I think here we're going to get to the elevations. These are going to be the more important ones. If you see the front elevation there on the left, you can see here, I alluded to it in the rendering. One of the things that we wanted to use is the recycled foundation stonework from the previously home that we received for demolition. And so we want to take as much of that stone as we can save, especially more of that field stone, and reuse it as cladding around the porches for not just 13-wheeler, but also for 15-wheeler. We want both of those to be symbolic in their way of taking what was there, what was salvageable, what could be saved, and be able to really use that at the front facades of both these 2 proposed homes. So you see on the left-hand side, again, the same, what I alluded to with the renderings. Again, we're showing double hung windows. We're showing, that extended sill, case working, adorned cornices on the windows, showing some cornice work where the roof meets where the walls meet the roof line, adorning the cornices as well, squaring them off, kind of alluding to kind of corner columns, emblematic of that Greek Revival style. And again, doing somewhat of a modern interpretation of Greek Revival, being a little bit more kind of simple, yet kind of specific in how we apply that simplicity, but still making it period appropriate, but in a modern interpretation. And also here, and by modern interpretation, we're using it with more modern materials that nowadays, because of modern technology and building sciences, these materials will be a lot longer lasting as well. So hence the James Hardy plank siding. It is a fiber cement, but it has that wood texture. So honestly, it looks like wood siding. And also here we're showing a standing seam metal roof. Again, there's that modern interpretation, but that also matches 11 Wheeler Street as well. So kind of, you know, although maybe not historically accurate, it also lends itself to a better urbanistic context.
Hey,
with
Adam,
the design
just
of the
chiming in
streets.
here, just explain what 11 Wheeler is
That's
when you
for
say
those
it's,
two facades. Janice, if you go to the next pages, you're going to see the side elevations. Again, it's the same continuation of that design. The only difference is that with the dormers popping up, we switched to a white siding there just in order to kind of soften it and give it a little bit of a different distinction, simplifying making the corner elements a little bit thicker, but not accentuating it as much, so not to take away from the kind of the language of that, you know, Bombay blue siding on the remainder of the home. And then if we go into the next page, please, and then there's a driveway side elevation. It's the same on both. And then of course the side elevation showing along that walkway on both the left and the right. So this way we provide walkways on both ends, so no one is walking up the driveway, also from a safety standpoint. And then, yeah, and then the last page, we just show a couple of sections just to show some of the ceiling heights and, you know, how we're achieving both the sectional qualities of the spaces in both through the gables and also through those dormers, as you were seeing on the elevations and of the perspective on the front page. And the last one is just another cut section through the entire building, going lengthwise, just to show how we're dividing the two spaces. It's really kind of, you can really see it here, that center wall that is a 2-hour fire rate separation, how both left and right, you can see unit A is on the front, unit B is on the left, and there's that party wall condition going right through the middle of the home. So that ends my presentation on these two proposed homes.
thank you, Adam. Adam, you mentioned 11 Wheeler.
John, can't hear you.
Oh, can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
Still can't hear you.
I
I
can
can hear you.
I can
All
hear you.
right.
Okay, no, it's because I muted everything.
Okay, sorry, Adam. Yeah, so you had mentioned earlier about 11 Wheeler, and I think maybe it'd be important to show the board. I don't know if that came before the HPC when that property, it is a 2-family, and I think they did a nice job with a, you know, it showed the metal roof, which we have, and I see one of the comments from Mr. Connolly is maybe changing out the surface of that roof. But if you have a picture of that, maybe we could share that with the commissioners.
Who has a picture? Me?
No, Adam, don't we have a picture of 11 Wheeler? Maybe you can show the Google Earth view.
No, I'd be happily show a Google Earth imagery.
You can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Yeah, if you just go on Google, yeah, it's just going to Street View, Janice. You know, you can pretty
Got
much see that what it looks like today. It is accurate.
All right.
June 11.
Turn it around.
It's got to spin around there. Yep, and there it is. You see with the metal roof, and again, it's a very, very oversimplified modern renovation of that home. And unfortunately, this shows a much nicer photo of what 13-wheeler looks like. Unfortunately, right now it has deteriorated even more so.
So with respect to, there you go. With respect to that, now that's seems to be a much more modern interpretation than what we're proposing this evening, but it does have the metal roof, and you know the applicant is certainly willing to remove that, but felt that it made sense on this property. She has it on other properties that they're building throughout the township, but I just wanted to point that out and have you point that out. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to highlight from that property as well.
No, not for me, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions of Mr. Lasota.
Okay, thank you very much. So if that concludes your testimony, now we can go to the commissioners to see if they have any questions. So Jason, do you have any questions for the applicant? You might be muted.
No questions.
And John?
That perspective right there. Hold on that for a second. The driveway between the two buildings, what's the distance between the two buildings?
11 feet.
11 feet. those walls are gonna beat up. That's not gonna last long.
We have been doing the same detail in a few other projects here in Montclair, and mainly by giving that turnaround area in the back, it lends itself so that people are not going backwards down that long driveway.
Yeah, well, that helps, yeah. What is the stone you're proposing underneath the front decks?
So under those front porches is that field stone that we are going to be recovering from the existing 13-wheeler.
Okay, great, fabulous. I would concur with I think Tom Conley in his report suggested that these should not match exactly. In terms, you can still do a Victorian style front, but not have to make both of them exactly the same. And I think I would, there's a good example on Grove Street, down on near Glenridge Avenue, or no, yeah,
Near Claremont, right?
near Claremont, where they built 3 houses in a row. And I thought that was very successful. And they're all just slightly a little different. There's nothing that matches, you know, even here, you see one house and you see another house and they're a little bit different. And it just breaks up the rhythm of the street a little bit. So that would be my suggestion.
Do you know the
that wasn't a question. That was a suggestion. Sorry.
Could you be able to give us the address or
Right
what?
there, right
Right there.
Those 3 houses.
Which 3?
The first three left to right.
It's at the corner of Grove and Claremont. You can't miss them.
They were actually prefabricated. When they were built and then delivered in parts.
Yeah, and you know, it's not so much I'm raving about the detailing and what exactly it looks. What I'm talking about is if these 3 were exactly the same, it wouldn't be as successful as when they're a little different. So
I see the green and the beige one are the same minus the coloring. It's really the blue one there, and the navy blue one on the left is a completely different.
I'm not. Is that the case?
Those two, they're exactly the same design, but a different color, except the dormer.
Dormer.
Split dormer, single dormer. Everything else is the same, minus just a change of color.
Yeah, these are both 2-family houses, and I believe the one at the corner is a 1-family house.
Yeah, it's a completely different floor plan and a different complete
They were
configuration.
done at the same time.
Yeah. You're right. They
color
look
and-
like the basic floor plan, right? But I guess even painting it different would make it a little different.
Staircases are different too.
We can absolutely change the color. We were just trying to allude as much as we could to the existing, you know, home there to really not make as much of a disturbance into the urban kind of fabric as possible. But if a change in color and maybe doing something a different color that's a little not white again, maybe doing something that's, you know, maybe like a green or maybe not beige. Please don't make me do beige. I can't stand the color beige, but maybe one blue and then one maybe green. I think would be a nice color change,
like a slate green or something.
Yeah, and we did do something very similar to this. I mean, maybe Janice could even attest to this. And we got approval for 69 and 71 Mission Street, where again there were very similar homes, but there's just some slight tweaks and differences. Even those were the same color, and so you know we can make some slight tweaks and variations to maybe the other one, but I mean in general, I think maybe just changing the color would be a significant enough change to give it a different feel at the at the street level.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, John?
No, that was it.
Mike, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think most of my concerns are more properly directed towards the planning board. I mean, I like the idea of 2-family homes because we do have an affordable housing issue in town, but at the same time, we also have a parking issue. But I guess in that vein, did you consider keeping the original footprint rather than doing 2 2-family homes? Because I think you are going to have some pushback, I believe, with the planning board when it comes to the parking that you're losing back there. But did you consider keeping it within the existing footprint?
Keeping it within the existing footprint actually would have been worse off for us, and we would have more trouble including parking. So by basically rebuilding the whole house completely from scratch, we were able to position it in the most optimal way for that driveway to make it as wide as possible, still providing the 3.5 feet on both sides, and by making sure that we have enough room in the back to have both those 4 parking spaces, so we are still getting one-to-one parking and enough room for that turnaround. So unfortunately, yeah, we did explore it, but unfortunately, this is the most efficient use of that space on these 2 lots.
Right. I mean, look, we don't have to give the parking ordinances, but I mean,
Understood, but it is a
does
valid.
require 8 spaces, but I do like the incorporation of the field stone into the to the front there. I think that's a nice use of the the salvageable materials there. But yeah, so you're saying that the reasoning for not staying within the existing footprint again was more practical, was for the parking reasons and such.
Yes. Well, and it also alludes to the approval that we got for the total demolition, where even down to the foundation, there wasn't much to salvage, and I know we went over this when we met back in August. So in reality, even for a more kind of streamlined and better construction, it would be best to start from scratch.
No, that's fine. I don't have an issue with starting from scratch.
And
I think my question though is just more even staying within that footprint and keeping it, a single 2-family structure might have alleviated some of the issues that I think you're going to get pushback on at the planning board meeting. But no, overall, I do like the design of this, and I think that was my only question about why we weren't thinking about staying within the existing footprint as is. That's all I got, Kathleen. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rooney, do you have any questions?
I really don't have any questions. I think that the problem that's going to run into with the planning board is parking.
Mm-hmm.
But the size and the distribution of the housing and stuff.
Do you have any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
We're in the question phase.
No
Yes.
questions. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Greenbaum.
Yes, I have questions. The trim, the contrasting, let's call it white trim, the banister and the window, trim around the windows and the keystone. What material is that?
Excuse me?
What is the material of the trim?
The trim would be a hardy plank, or it would be a composite material.
What is a composite material?
Something in the nature of FIPON, or something that is resistant to weathering and resistant to deterioration and discoloring.
Would AZAC fall into that category?
I believe it might, Mr. Greenbaum.
AZAC would fall in that same category.
Okay. Oh, by the way, before I have a question to ask the chair. We're here to, at this particular point, advise the planning board of our opinion on the project, and we are able to make recommendations and conditions. Is that correct?
Recommendations, yes.
And just to clarify, this is going to the Board of Adjustment, not the planning board.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. My other question, what is the shingle roof material? In the drawing, in the rendering, I see a shingle roof. Is that a asphalt tar shingle roof?
Yes.
Okay. The pitch, the dormers from this angle, it's a weird, it seems to be, and I'll defer to my colleague, John Reimnitz. Does that seem like a strange, the dormer being kind of a box in that, with that pitch roof? Does that seem right to you? John?
Let me unmute here.
Yeah. Is that, do you have
Well,
any
it's a way for them to get more square footage, and they're not breaking the rules of the road in terms of 2.5 stories by doing these dormers less than 50% of the roof area there. So, I don't have a problem with it. If you ask if that's sort of, would it have been done 100 years ago? No.
I guess those answer my questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. On the plans, I don't see any area for a HVAC system. Is there air conditioning in these houses?
Yes, so they're going to be in the basement. There is a utility room to the other side of the bathroom. And there's one for each of the units, and then the AC units the condensing units on the outside. You see there towards the back, they're going to be screened off. So you see the 4 condensing units, and then you're seeing also the 4 trash cans. So 2 for trash and 2 for recycling. They're all in that strip right there, and they're all going to be screened in.
So, and then that is the staircase that goes to the front door of the rear building?
Correct.
Okay. What are you screening that with?
Some kind of fencing material. That's actually.
Is that on the plans? Well, I guess we don't see it from the street, so.
Yeah, it's so far back, and with the position of the homes, unless you're looking exactly perpendicular to it, you will see it, but it's going to be in such a distance, it's going to kind of fall out of perspective.
Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that was the HV.
Yeah, you see those 4 little circles?
Yes, I see that now. Yeah.
Yep. We're trying to, again, we're taking advantage of every little square foot we can.
Right. And then it appears for this that there's no garages, or is that another building, or are those just parking stalls?
That's just parking stalls on asphalt in the rear.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you. Janice, can we open it up now to the public if there's any questions from the public?
Hey, the public, you have been unmuted, so if you have any questions, this is your opportunity. You have to turn your microphones on. Don't hear anything.
Don't hear anything? Okay, so why don't we close the public question section? Thank you, Janice. And Tom, can you give us your report before we begin our deliberation? Okay.
I'm going to read through my comments because there was a lot of them, and I think they're important. My first comment had to do with the design of the existing housing stock in the district represents simple articulation of architectural detailing with greater prevalence on classical detailing, and a few examples of the eclectic styles such as Queen Anne, Colonial Revival styles, which use more ornate features. The majority of the buildings within the district retain the distinguishing characteristics of their type and style, and also retain distinctive features such as gables, gambrels, dormers, parapet detailing, and porches. It is recommended that the applicant redesign the proposed homes to create 2 houses with distinctly different architectural styles, but also be compatible with the architectural styles of the proposed district. That was my first comment, and I'll go back to that one when I'm through. But my second comment had to do with specific designs or portions of the building that should be addressed or taken into consideration. First one is the applicant should provide a roof plan for each proposed house showing the location of roof drainage, ridges, and dormers. They should indicate the roof drainage system on the roof plans and elevations, which none is shown, and the gutter style and type and the location of the leaders. I would recommend changing the proposed basement windows, which are shown as awning, to hopper windows, in-swing hopper windows, because it's going to be tough in that driveway with awning windows when they're in the open position. The proposed metal standing seam roof at the porch is not an appropriate roofing material for the district. I would remove the horizontal cornice trim at the cheek walls of the shed dormer. All the entablatures should include a basic cornice, frieze, and architrave. All the cornices should not terminate with a corona, which is a flat board that's shown on the drawings. I would recommend using the cyma or crown molding or some sort of terminating molding instead of, again, the flat board. All the corner boards and columns should be non-paneled with simple profiles. I would remove the faux keystone at the window heads. The faux keystone is a modern detail. Lintels with a keystone would never stand up. All the windows should have a visible historical sill, and I would avoid wrapping the casing around the windows, which is shown on the side elevations, and they should include a drip cap. I would indicate on the drawings the proposed decking material, none is indicated. I would indicate on the drawings the proposed siding exposure. Not sure what's there. I would indicate also on the drawings what the proposed fence material is, because we have specific guidelines for fence material. And then I would provide detailed specifications, cut sheets, and manufactured product information for all proposed window, lighting, exterior materials, and color palettes, including dimensions and material composition. But my biggest comment has to do with the two houses being mirror images of one another. When you walk this neighborhood, you could easily, they stick out like a sore thumb, the houses or the lots that have been subdivided and new houses put on them. They are two houses that look exactly the same. I would, for the second one, change the proposed material, the field stone at the porch, or maybe make one of them wood on piers, and maybe even change the location of the windows and the roof shape. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So why don't we start our discussion? And Jason, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
Not so much to add. I generally agree with Mr. Connolly's comments, although with the metal seamed, because the neighboring house, has introduced that in there, that might be a mechanism for varying between 15 and 13, maybe having that center house change the roof material, but then keep it on the other one. It's just an additional suggestion to vary those two houses, but have it tied to the third. And definitely consider changing the color as well.
Okay, thank you. John?
I agree with Tom as well. Yeah, I mean, I can see based on them trying to squeeze as much square footage out of this as possible, it's probably difficult to change they could change the roof pitch a little bit. They could change these out from one another. I think anything that I would try to make them different. I really think that's important, and the color change would also help. Beyond that, I don't have any other comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Graham?
I kind of like the idea of them being symmetrical, given the variety of the homes on that street. But Mr. Rhymes is far more learned than I am in these situations, and I would defer to he and Mr. Conley's judgment. But overall, I do like the design of these homes, and I do like the incorporation of fieldstone as well. Again, I just think I would recommend having a parking plan for the 4 spots that you're missing in the back there. But overall, I think from a design perspective, I do appreciate what they've done with these homes.
Thank you. Mr. Rooney?
Yeah, I think that the houses should look different. It increases the, how the neighborhood looks. I mean, all the houses are different on this neighborhood. But at the same time, it would keep it within keeping of what the design is done today. Like, I don't have any problems with the standing seam roof. I think it's over-designed around the windows and the trim work. I think that if you just slim it down and everything, it won't be quite out of there. But I think it's going to be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you. And Mr. Greenbaum?
So I took the opportunity to take a look at your website, Mr. Lasota, and I noticed that you have a page that shows, I think, the exact same property done with in a different execution. May I ask, Janice, can you share my screen? Is it possible?
No, but.
Or can I give you the link
Yeah.
to put on the screen?
You can send me the link.
I'm going to send you the link right now.
David, is it a different architectural style?
Yes, it's going to demonstrate something that I think is helpful. So I'm going to send this to, how do I get this to you directly? To everyone. Okay, here it is.
Adam,
There
you're
it is.
getting free advertising tonight, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenbaum.
You're welcome. So were you able to click on that and
I got a warning.
we could toggle, if we could toggle between the two?
Oh, wasn't this this was your original design for the Mission Street sites, right?
Oh, this is Washington Street.
Washington Street.
Well, hold on. This is actually not the same picture. There's another picture you can go to if you go to projects. I guess when I sent you the link, it doesn't take you to the exact page.
Scroll down. Just scroll down. I think I know what you're alluding to already.
They're white.
There you go.
Not that one. Scroll down to the right on the bottom. There's a little scroll bar.
Yep, that one right there.
Go to that one. There we go. Okay.
This is 69 and 71 Mission Street. Janice, you're familiar with these.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the only thing I want to point out here is here's an example where you had variation between the facades of the two buildings. The window fenestration varied. So I think this is a visual demonstration of what I think a majority of us have been trying to, encourage. So I would just suggest this is a reference for all of us to look at as an example of having a distinction between the two properties.
David, may I speak about these or?
Yeah, you may.
So yeah, the one on the right on that image is 69 Mission Street. That's an existing building that we're renovating. And the one on the left is actually a new construction where we had to tear down an existing home and put this one up in its place. And the widths are a little bit different. The widths are different. The one on the left is slimmer, but stylistically and also color wise too. We're doing white board and batten on the top and a gray siding on the bottom. Material palette the same, but like you said, there's a different orientation of the fenestration both at the second floor and at the first floor, and also a different organization of the columns for that front porch covering.
I think they're good comments, and I think we can incorporate them into the revised plan.
That's what I wanted to help encourage.
Yeah.
And I think so. And the other thing I just want to concur with Tom that the keystones are, I don't feel they're necessary, and they're kind of excessive and not necessarily accurate to the period. And I also agree that, and I wasn't clear, there definitely needs to be, instead of flat, some form of cornice or some form of cyma or reverse cyma, some form of molded shape to the molding around the sides of the house.
At the corner
With
slide.
us.
At
Oh,
the corner sign, I'm
okay.
seeing them as flat. So that would be my suggestion. I
Okay,
would also say too, from a point of view of materiality, definitely not FIPON and specifically AZAC if not wood. Those would be my recommendations.
Mr. Greenberg, you're saying you would recommend AZAC, but wood would be your first preference?
I would say AZAC or wood. If I don't know if Hardy has a material for trim, but of the fiber concrete type material, but
They do.
FIPON is not something that would appeal to me. Also, the balustrade of the front porches, is that going to be, what material is that? What do you envision?
I thought they were AZAC like the other homes, but Adam, you tell us.
No, the other homes are AZAC, and I think here we would do AZAC as well.
I think the FIPON has a much shinier plastic finish to it, and that's why they opted on the other homes to use the AZAC, and it lasts long, and it's a nice product.
Yes.
So I would lean towards the AZAC. Would that be AZAC? Would that be painted or not?
Because it's white, we would like to have it manufactured finish. So,
Okay.
but again, not the shiny fake, we don't want that plastic, vinyl look to it either. We want to have that kind of softer touch to it.
So yes, AZAC as a branded product would be my recommendation.
Okay. Or a similar equivalent.
Right.
Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenbaum. I would like to say that I concur with all of Tom's comments. I think with holding up the image that David supplied really shows the interest that can be created within these facades within the neighborhood. And I do think that 2 standing seam roofs and 3, if you consider the neighbor, is too much in one fell swoop. So as somebody talked or said, I think maybe 1 standing seam roof would be more than enough for this area. And the other thing is that if you're for design guidance, and I know it seems as though you don't really need any, but if you go along St. Luke's Place on the left, on the east side, there's a series of small folklore Victorians with this sort of roof line that you can tell they're all from the same era, but each one is quirky in its own little way. So that's just another suggestion. With that being said, Janice, do we have anybody on for public comment?
Okay, members of the public attendees, do you have any comments on this application? You are unmuted. No comments.
Okay, thanks. The public comment session is closed now. Okay, so I think you've heard from all of us that I think it was just the consensus is that if there was a difference in the facade, it would be a little bit more interesting. Any other recommendations, Janice, that weren't included in Tom's memo?
Let's see.
AZAC.
I think the AZAC, the houses should not be the same, different colors, slightly different styles. One metal roof is okay. Windows are over designed, trim it down, no keystone in the window trim. Those are the general comments that I have in addition to Tom's specific comments.
Okay, yeah, because some of those are also Tom's comments.
Yeah.
So, all right. So this looks like will turn out to be a great project and a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now our next, Next up is a referral from the Board of Adjustment, application 2766, 475 Bloomfield Avenue. And this is the bank building, or the former bank building, which was 475, is it 475? Yes, Bloomfield Avenue, which is a 3-story limestone painted brick neoclassical style building with a granite foundation designed by York and Sawyer circa 1914. It's at the corner of Bloomfield and North Fullerton. And we are looking at this because the building is located within the Bloomfield Avenue Historic District. And everyone remembers, we looked at this a few months back, the improvements they were doing on the facade. And it's before us today because the applicant is proposing to construct a new exterior staircase on the west elevation directly behind the adjacent building. So Janice, can you just point out, yeah.
Chair Bennett, before we continue, I have to
Yes.
recuse myself. I have a conflict. I have a business relationship with a relative of the applicant.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I think you have to leave and come back when we look at the resolutions?
I don't think it's not a public hearing. I just think he doesn't comment on it.
Oh, okay, all right, because,
That's correct. As since this is this is just a recommendations
okay,
point. I think Mr. Graham can stay there. He should just remain silent.
We'll do. Thanks, Ira.
okay, thank you.
You can go off camera if you want.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
No,
Well, you're
never.
silent, you're muted, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And who is here to speak for this applicant?
Mr. Genova?
David Genova's here as the applicant.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Hi, David. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony going to give this commission is truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And you are the applicant, I think I heard you say, right?
I am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So can you begin to start with the site plan that we have up on the screen?
Sure. In a little background and for context, we were in front of this board now about a year ago, September of 2020. And we had requested certain modifications to the front facades, both of 475 and 483 Bloomfield Avenue, as well as a new entrance and modifications to the North Fullerton Avenue facade. At the time, we had a tenant for 483, and we looked for guidance both on frontage, storefronts, and signage for that tenant. That tenant is in construction now. The windows actually are going in fairly soon, and we expect to deliver that space in the beginning of the year. 475 at the time, we did not have any tenancy. And we've been getting interest and are close to landing a couple of tenants, which have allowed us to explore interior tenant fit outs for those tenants and how the space would actually work inside this old bank, which, if anybody's been in it, has a triple height center corridor and office space that wraps it in a U. And on the first level is a fairly grand old bank. So coming up with egress plans, code compliant plans for tenants was kind of hard to do in a vacuum. And so we've been going through that process with a couple of tenants, and the architects on the board, I think, know where I'm headed with this. We didn't have a second means of egress that was close enough to certain perimeter points of this building. The U creates an interesting travel and egress problem if those tenants are isolated from the rest of the building in any way and can't travel through other tenant space. This building only has one actual, 3-story stair that is not compliant currently. It has a 4-foot ceiling height you have to duck under to get upstairs. It does have an elevator. It has a spiral stair going to the basement, and none of these prove to be suitable vertical access points of this building. It also has a ton of thick concrete floors and some pretty spectacular finishes between those floors that would have to be disrupted in a meaningful way to create a 3-story fire-rated masonry constructed shaft staircase in the insides of these in the insides of 475 Bloomfield. That left us with a conundrum on how to get a second means of egress to solve that code problem, and we've come up with what we think is a suitable solution, which is to put an exterior staircase on this building. This is a traditional stair, not a fire escape. Would be constructed out of, steel with perforated steel risers or treads. Color would be black, painted black, and this staircase would be placed to the west of 475, which is to the rear of 483. To note that this stair is currently under the canopy or right in front of the canopy of the municipal parking garage. And there are other means of egress using that space to get up and down. So we thought it was appropriate to put it there and not have to alter the forward facing and North Fullerton facing facades in any real way. This has I didn't think I'd have to be in front of the Board of Adjustment for this, candidly, but it does have setback issues to that public right of way in the parking garage. So we ended up in front of the Board of Adjustment for this application, who referred it to you, and I hope you understand why we need it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let's go fast forward to Commissioner questions. Jason, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so that figure 4 that we're looking at right now, that stairway will replace those fire escapes?
That's correct. Those fire escapes were likely conforming to some code at some time, which is the only explanation I can have for how the vertical access in this building exists today. They are no longer compliant. So those kinds of stairs in this level of renovation, stairs, whatever you want to call those, kind of fire escape landings in this level of renovation would not be a suitable second means of egress, according to our architects and engineers.
Yeah, no longer legal to.
You might have touched on it again, but can you elaborate on what the landing is going to be like at grade?
The landing at grade is a slightly elevated perforated steel landing with split footings on it. So it's not a concrete pad. It sits on top of a concrete pad, slightly off it.
Thank you. That's all I had.
John, any questions?
Yeah, is this stair enclosed that you're proposing?
It is not.
It's not, but it's covered at the top. It has a roof or something?
That's correct. It's roofed.
Correct. It's roofed. Okay. And it would block those windows that I'm reading underneath the, is that your property to the left there of that big building?
It is. So 483, where the stair sits behind, is also our property. This doesn't encroach on anybody else's property, but does go kind of behind 475 and 483. They are one tax lot. It's technically the same property, but they have two addresses.
Got it. So you're going to be blocking those windows in the back of that building going up, huh?
I'm trying to think if I have an elevation I don't think I can share something. Those windows going up are into, that last plan might be helpful. Sorry.
Go back here.
No, just the one before it. Yeah, there. So the windows going up that it's blocking there, or that we're hoping it doesn't block in reality, are the rear of that building is where the rear staircase and bathrooms and common corridor is on 483. So the 483 has windows both to the west and to the south that are where the offices, conference rooms, other, you know, kind of meaningful parts of the building are, and the bathrooms and the common corridor, and then the stairway down in that building is in the rear.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Graham? Oh, he's not here. Sorry. Mr. Rooney?
I have no questions.
Mr. Greenbaum?
Hold on, I want to make sure, I'm not on mute. Nope, no questions, everything's fine.
I have a question. So the way that this staircase will come, the door will open into the larger building, and then then the stairs will go down towards the west, correct?
That's correct, on each level.
Okay, and how many levels of staircase are there?
There are 3 levels.
Okay, and underneath the staircase, is that going to be enclosed, or will that be open?
That pad will be open. There is some mechanical equipment. I'm trying to zoom in. I'm on my phone, and I apologize. There's some mechanical equipment that's not shown on this behind the 483 building, kind of behind that sign that's there in the fence. So this has to clear that mechanical equipment. It's not really a gathering place at all. This will literally be an emergency stair. Likely, I guess someone could use it if they parked in the garage to go up to their offices on a nice day. But since it's not fully enclosed, we expect people to use the lobby more. But yeah, that pad shares some mechanical equipment with where this stair egresses.
Okay, thank you. I guess that ends the questions from commissioners. Janice, can you open it up, please, to see if there's any questions from the public?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not able to unmute or mute the one person we have left, which is Mr. Schwartz. So for something away about the way you're connected, I can't unmute him. I can make him a panelist and see if he has any questions. Okay. Mr. Schwartz, do you have any questions or comments on this application? I don't think his microphone is turned on. So no questions.
Okay, thank you. So if the person on the phone, can you turn on your microphone, or?
We don't have anybody on the phone.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you said there was somebody on the phone. All right, so if the questions are, is that somebody?
Not anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Before we begin our discussion, I see that on Tom Conley's report, he has no comment. So I just want to make that clear. Is that because this is only seen from the rear of the public view shed, is really from this parking garage. So I just want to say that. Is there a reason why you have no comment, Tom? Is that the reason, or?
No, that is one of the reasons, but I had no concerns with what they're proposing.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So now why don't we start with discussion? Jason?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I'm fine with that proposal.
Okay, great. Mr. Reimnitz?
I think it's fine.
Mr. Rooney?
It's okay, yes.
And Mr. Greenbaum?
I support the application.
Great, thank you. And I support the application as well. Right, so thank you for appearing before us. And
Thank you.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Have a great night, everybody.
Okay.
You too.
David.
Bye.
Okay. Now we have, now we continue on with our resolutions. The first one is application 2021-49, which is 109 Union Street. It was the application for total demolition of a historic structure, which we reviewed at the last meeting. At the last meeting, there was a tie vote, so the denial, it was denied. The demolition was denied. At this point, I just would like to give a little bit of history about the resolution. We have one resolution that our attorney Ira wrote, and because I hadn't heard from him, I went ahead and created another resolution. The idea behind that is because I feel that this is a very important, stepping stone for the Historic Preservation Commission. We're talking about demolition. We're talking about a significant house in a historic district. And I know that half of the commissioners had serious issues with, what we heard that night. So my question tonight is, are we within a time frame, Janice? And I know I spoke to Jason about this, whether we can, and Jason, maybe you can take over from here. You had suggested that perhaps if we don't have a time constraint, that this can be moved to the next HPC meeting, which is November 18th.
Well, okay, let me just add to this discussion before you go. They've already submitted an appeal of the HPC decision to the Board of Adjustment. We're probably going to hear that in December. Okay. So there's two zoning board meetings in December. The appeal will be heard at one of those meetings, either December 8th or December 15th.
So are we within significant time to possibly conflate these two resolutions to have one on November 18th so that we can vote on it then?
If I may, Madam Chair, could I speak to this?
Yes, please.
Okay, no, there's a bit of a conundrum because, of course, there was a tie vote, which meant that the application was denied, but it also meant that the commission didn't make any findings or nobody endorsed specifically any reasons. On the other hand, we've had the discussions that the chair and I have had, and some of you others as well, is what should the resolution look like? I want to get to that, and because we don't have but I do think that in terms of what Janice said, the appeal, and also in terms of time limitations, what I would suggest is that tonight, the commission adopt a resolution denying the application, which is what it did in fact. And then on the 18th, perhaps, amend that resolution to provide whatever additional information the board would like. And I'm going to go into that. Seeing as that the minutes were postponed, partially because it seems that there isn't at least, there needs to be consensus on what actually was happened at the meeting. I think that the best way to proceed may be just to make a straight denial so that nobody can claim down the road that we failed to act, and as a result, the application should be approved. And at the same time, address the concerns the chair has. And I just wanted to, before the chair says, I just wanted to go into a little bit about the discussion. Because there was the vote was a tie vote, we didn't really have the typical findings in the resolution discussed and voted on. In other words, the house is a historic house. The conditions in the house were, it was salvageable, it was not salvageable, these kinds of findings. There was testimony, which it's clear that the commission members accepted or didn't accept in varying degrees, both the credibility of it and the, import of it. So I think that it's hard. The question is, how much information can we put in a resolution? I know there's no controversy that the resolution could lay out the witnesses, lay out the substance of their testimony, and the report described, including in that the report on the house that was done by Mr. Connolly, et cetera. The question is, can you also include things like that they don't believe that the house couldn't be built, couldn't be fixed, or something? Conclusions, since there wasn't any agreement on conclusions, and I think that's the issue that we could work out over the next few weeks until the next meeting, because we do have differing versions about what this resolution should be. I don't know. I'm sure you could expand on it more, Chair. I just wanted to sort of get the discussion going on that.
Ira,
May I make it?
Go,
Yeah, sure.
go ahead, David.
I'd like to hear and see the proposed resolution, the revised resolution.
Well, the chair has, was that resolution circulated, Janice? The one that Kathleen, or
Oh, Kathleen, did you?
the one that I saw from you, was that circulated?
Kathleen, did you circulate it to the other commission members?
Well, why don't we ask this if everybody saw the two resolutions, the one that was.
No.
There were
There's
two.
one in your package, which is very basic.
Yes,
And so that's sort of came from me. It says all it says is denied, tie vote denied, and list the witnesses. That's what I believe.
Yeah, no, it was not circulated to the other members of the HPC.
Okay, so the resolution then, that's actually much more fulsome and contains a lot more detail, including some issues which I took issue with, but which are.
Can we hear the revised resolution? There had been discussion. And, I think it's important to put on the record what is proposed as the resolution by the chair.
Well, it's like 8 pages. We'll have to go through.
Well, let me ask you a question. Can it be posted on your screen right now?
Well, listen, it's not that there's any sort of legal reason to prevent you from seeing it. It's just as a practical matter, we could discuss every paragraph, because it's the same issue to some extent as the minutes were, and partially, wouldn't you say?
Isn't there a time limit as to when a resolution must be published from the time of an application?
That's what I asked in the very beginning, whether this could be discussed and voted on on November 18th. Isn't it 45 days from when it was voted on that the resolution has to be approved, has to be voted on?
Yeah, I don't have our ordinance in front of me. Janice, do you have the ordinance?
I'm not aware of a time frame.
Yes, there is a time frame.
Yeah, there is.
As soon as possible, but.
Well, that was my concern about just doing a simple resolution of denial and then amending it if the commission so desired to add this additional detail.
May I ask you this question, Ira? How many people? Who gets to vote on the resolution? Do all members of the commission vote on the resolution?
Everyone except John Rodnitz, who was not present at the.
Well, that was kind of my question, Ira. How are we treating this resolution? Because if it's a resolution of denial,
Right.
the 3 people that voted to approve it would not be eligible to vote. And if we're not eligible to vote, I don't know how appropriate it is for us to discuss the substance of the resolution.
Well, that's why this is a particular unusual situation, because as you recall, what exactly happened is that there was a motion made to approve the permit, and that motion failed. And there was not a resolution, quote unquote, to deny the permit, which then succeeded. The permit was denied by virtue of the failure. And that's, I appreciate your question. What I'm sort of getting at is that the answer is murky. So it's not, in my view, the board made no findings and took no action on this, except that by virtue of not approving the application, it was denied.
But there were questions asked and there were concerns raised, and those weren't reflected in the resolution as it was presented, in our package.
Well, that's kind of why the chair rewrote the resolution and added a lot of that type of material. And we've had a back and forth. I think that, it's not appropriate to draw conclusions on behalf of the board because the commission, because they made no conclusion. It's perfectly appropriate if you want to include in the resolution, the detailed testimony that was presented to the commission. That would be appropriate. And that's, I guess, what we're talking about is how much of that do you want to go in the resolution? What'll happen is if they appeal the denial, then they'll have to appeal it on the record that was before this commission, which includes whatever documents they submitted, the transcript of whatever testimony was made, et cetera. Since the commission.
If the resolution.
By the way, the time frame is 45 days.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm concerned that we don't.
I don't remember the date that this was.
September 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, here, it's September 23rd. So the 24th.
I can do it quickly.
Well, it's 7 plus 31 is 38 plus 7, November 7th.
So that's why, and our next meeting is not until when? November 18th?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting that at least the resolution be adopted tonight denying the application. So
but then and then you're saying to add to it on September.
Amended on the 18th, yeah.
Unless we had a special meeting.
Yeah, or you wanted to have a marathon session tonight and try to work it out, which I don't think is practical.
I don't think that would be appropriate. That's why
I have a question. I have a question. Ira, if we make a finding tonight that the application is denied, so in some form or another, then will that toll the 45 days?
No, that ends the 45 days.
The 45
but that doesn't stop you from being able to amend a resolution down the road to include more details. Let's give you an example from court. A judge may make a decision, and often the appellate court says, we want the judge to give a statement of reasons, and they ask for a statement of reasons, and the judge comes back and does it. In this case, we don't have a judge telling us to do that, but there's no impediment to doing that. I'm just trying to be practical.
Here's my thoughts. My observations is that the minutes that were written and the resolution as it was drafted is not an accurate reflection of what transpired at the meeting. I think it very much frames the application adjudication in a particular way that I don't feel is an accurate reflection of what happened. And I think it's very important that we clarify for the record the concerns, the deliberation, the questions, and the thought, the thinking behind at least those who voted no.
Well, no, but they don't count. You see, this is why I wanted to have this discussion, essentially. What we do know came out of the last meeting was that the application for a permit was denied. And it was denied because it wasn't approved, and therefore that's the rule. If you don't approve it, it gets, by virtue of that, it gets denied by a tie vote. Now, that much we know. That's a resolution that says that is completely accurate. Everything else that goes in is, as you say, the thought processes of each of the people who voted no. The people who voted yes also have thought processes.
So, for example,
What I'm saying is that the resolution, I believe the one in the package, doesn't get into any of that, just gets into the result.
Well, unfortunately, I think it frames it in a particular way that unfortunately could confuse and misguide anyone who has to use it as a basis for any kind of discussion going forward. And I think there's issues of procedure, and I think there's issues of credibility that definitely entered into the mindset of several of us, or at least I know for myself, that led me to vote in my particular way. And I don't feel that those issues of procedural irregularity and the issues of credibility are reflected in those resolutions.
But that wasn't voiced. That may have been your individual decision. I think there were 6 individual decisions that were not expanded upon when the motion was made. The motion was made, the vote was taken, it didn't pass, and that's it.
Ira, so 45 days would be November 8th. I think there was enough concern and between the 3 people who voted against demolition. And I think there was a difference of opinion. I think perhaps the resolution that I wrote really took on the voice of the people of the commissioners that voted to deny the application. That's why I'm asking you if we could hold a special meeting the weekend, Tuesday, December 2nd, where we could
November 2nd.
November 2nd, because I don't feel comfortable I certainly don't want to sign a resolution that doesn't have more credibility. I find it not credible, not credible, but what's the word? Not appropriate that I should sign a resolution. I'm not comfortable.
Consider it to be accurate in your view.
Exactly.
For reasons you've said. I'm not. Once you get away from a resolution that basically is bare bones, then everything becomes, then getting it right is hard. It's not impossible, but it's hard.
Well, I don't know about that, because if it's limited to the people who voted no, and those are the people who are able to do it, to work on it.
It's not limited to voted no. That's what I said. I didn't agree with Jason because this is a unique situation.
So
normally,
I'd like to put my 2 cents on that. As Ira pointed out, it was a 3-3 split, and just as a matter of process, it was a failure to approve. If there was a motion to deny, theoretically, that 3-3 split would be preserved. We'd be in the same place. That motion would have failed. So in terms of what the board actually found, I think I was right. There was no affirmative finding. It was a failure to find that the applicant met the criteria. So to the extent that we're treating this as a denial, perhaps the best best course of action would be to couch the resolution in exactly what happened. Was a motion was made to approve. Here are the criteria from the ordinance, section 3, and the resolution can say the applicant failed to meet its burden of proof in satisfying those criteria.
Well, that's kind of what's there. It may not be as well worded, but that's.
You see what
but I
happened?
yeah.
What happened was for some reason, this was very peculiar to me, at least. A motion was made very early before any deliberation. So any deliberation that would have taken place, okay, wasn't necessarily able to be expressed and put on the record, because ultimately the vote was made before there was enough any deliberation. Public deliberation.
The vote wasn't made. The motion was made.
No, the motion was made.
Deliberated, and then we voted. Anything you deliberated before could be deliberated after the motion because it was before the vote.
There was a lot of discussion. I mean, Kathleen captures a lot of the discussion in sort of the minutes.
A lot of the discussion wasn't reflected in the resolution and in the minutes.
Well, that's because there was no. That's because it was a tie.
Okay. Well, I'm not an attorney, and so unfortunately, we have to rely upon you in this case. Unfortunately, I had a major procedural concern about the fact that the application was being heard for a second time. I didn't feel comfortable with that. I felt that in some way or another we were misguided, and I feel that unfortunately, I feel that that's important to put on the record, that this is a second hearing of materially the same application.
Well,
and because I'm not an attorney,
that issue came up in the hearing, and the board, in its discretion, chose to move forward. I mean, you had the opportunity to say no, and I think the reasons were good, by the way, to move forward. But nevertheless, that was a discretionary decision that the board made. Yeah.
Right. We made that decision. I think that was clear. Jason spoke to that in the very beginning.
I understand. I still don't think I was, and I can't speak for anyone else, was fully equipped to fully understand and appreciate the legalities of that. But I can tell you that having not received the package in advance and not having the opportunity to fully prepare and understand the legal ramifications, I sat there, even though I knew, even my gut told me we should not hear the application. I mean, I didn't have the ability to influence anyone at that time. That was, to me, one example of a procedural irregularity. Secondly, there were aspects of the testimony of the various witnesses that had a lot of holes, and we did not have the benefit of a professional engineer or asbestos abatement professional to speak and opine and oppose the positions of the experts hired by the applicant. So, the question is, and I'll ask you this question, Ira, are we required to accept every expert's testimony as true and accurate?
Absolutely not. You can give the expert any credibility you want. You don't have to accept it. In fact, the part of the reason this was 3-3 was because obviously some commission members didn't accept the testimony.
Right.
Right. And if you remember, when we voted on the Wheeler Street testimony, the testimony was given by the architect of that. And I had questioned Ira about whether or not an architect was considered professional to declare that, to state that the building was unsound. So.
Well, it's not about whether or not they had the credentials. It's the question. We had the benefit of photographs to look at the interior of the building, and they made a very, very cogent presentation and documented very clearly the structural issues of the property on Wheeler Street that would at least give us the basis to have some credibility in their testimony. In this particular case, we didn't have that.
I think you're missing the main point here is that the board denied this application for the reasons we talked about. If you don't make a resolution within the time frame, there's an argument the applicant can make that
Right.
or the application is approved. And so, yes, if you want to have a special meeting, or yes, you want to do something tonight, but now, just because it goes over 45 days doesn't mean that it's going to be automatically approved or anything like that. But what it does mean is that it creates uncertainty and the possibility. So, I mean, the point is that I'm not telling you not to have this discussion, but I'm telling you that if you don't act within the time frame, you are, you know,
We want to act between the time,
the
look, as
board's
far as I'm
decision, the
concerned,
commission's decision.
what I would like, what I would propose is that Kathleen distribute the amendment, the resolution as she has
Wait,
drafted.
excuse me. I thought I sent it to everybody and asked for your comments.
Oh, you might have done that on an earlier version of your email. Let me see.
Okay, so I don't know the procedural process of whether or not, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I think your resolution as drafted needs to be put forth on the public record, and then we need to vote. Right now, it's not a part of the public record.
No, David, we can have a discussion. Kathleen can circulate her proposed resolution to all of us. We can submit our comments. Then we can combine those comments, agree, disagree on them, and then we can vote on that resolution in a public forum. But before we do that, I think to Ira's point, we should get it on the record that the application was denied, and we can have this debate about what include or not include in Kathleen's version prior to the November 18th session.
As long as we're within the 45 days, that's fine. I just
Yep.
want to make sure we don't put ourselves behind the 8 ball.
Right, but if we don't deny it, the simple denial now, we might miss that window. So I think it makes sense, we proceed as Ira recommends. We do the simple denial, and then why don't we have this, discussion amongst us? We can submit our comments to the proposed longer resolution, and then we can, submit that amendment on the 18th, and that should give them sufficient time for the appeals process for the Board of Adjustments to have that updated resolution for the appeal.
When is the Board of Adjustment meeting, Janice? When will
That's
this,
December.
December? Okay.
I don't know which meeting it'll end up in. We have.
But it's still December. It'll still give them a sufficient time to review the amended resolution.
So the current resolution, as it was presented in our package, will be tabled. We'll put that aside. That will not be voted upon. That's not in any way relevant at this point
Well,
forward.
that's the opposite of what was just said.
Well, wait a minute.
The one in the packet is the simplified version, just
I think so,
that
right. I have
it
to,
was denied, and then we can have a larger debate about, or a larger discussion.
I mean, if there's a
submit
problem with the
comments
one in the
about
packet, if it's,
what to
you
include.
know, take a look at it and cross it out, but I'm saying that is the simplified, was supposed to be the simplified.
So wait a second.
Can I just, may I ask again? I would like to have a special meeting. I would like to create a resolution that incorporates as many of the points that I made. And I would like to have that meeting the week of the 1st, which is next week. It'll only take a few minutes. If we have everyone together, that I think it would be more beneficial than voting on something tonight.
Yes.
Well, the chair can call a special meeting, and unless she's overruled by by majority of the commission, that the chair's calling a special meeting is a valid call. But of course, there are some few logistic issues to make sure. For instance, November 1st is a council meeting. November 2nd is
Tuesday,
election
November 2nd.
It's election
Second's
day.
election day, and I'm also unavailable on,
Are you saying?
I don't know
Are you
about the
saying-
other days in the week. I just know those first two are problematic.
Ira, are you saying with 100% certainty that all members of the commission get to vote on the resolution?
Because it was a tie vote, in my opinion, the resolution of denial should be voted on by all the members who were present at the meeting.
That's your opinion. What is the law?
I mean,
In the,
Well,
to make,
it's a legal opinion.
my opinion is the best
Of the law.
I can do. You're not going to find a statute, I don't believe, that says specifically that. There are laws that say that the people who vote against a resolution, against something, can't vote on the memorializing resolution. But in this case, you're memorializing a tie. Therefore, it seems to me that everybody whose vote went into that tie is a valid voter on the resolution. And if the resolution memorializes the tie, even people who voted no or yes, regardless of how they voted in the initial vote, should be voting for this resolution.
can I just
I don't know,
add
Aaron, the
the
more I
end?
think about it, the more I think that only the no votes would have a say in the resolution, just because if only under the typical circumstances the members who were successful in their vote get a say in the resolution. If the moving party failed, then they shouldn't get.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying,
I know it's.
I
this
fell
is
on
the
the
area, and
other
I'm just-
side of that fence, but I think you're just as right. So, I mean, in a sense, we have a little time. If we're gonna proceed the way the chair wants, we have a little time to see if we can.
May I just, the ML, can I just quote from the MLUL? Section 40-55D on hearings. A memorializing resolution adopted at a meeting held not later than 45 days, hence my request for a special meeting. After the date of the meeting at which the municipal agency voted to grant or deny approval. Only the members of the municipal agency who voted for the action taken may vote on the memorializing resolution, and the vote of a majority of such members present at that meeting at which the resolution is presented for adoption shall be sufficient to adopt the resolution. How do you interpret that?
Well, Jason interprets it a little more literally than I do, and I'll accept that. I'd like to do a little research on tie resolutions, but in the end, it's not going to matter. So, I certainly, in other words, if Jason's in this case, I think I would defer. I mean, my own opinion was the way I stated it. However, it's very easy to interpret that law exactly the way Jason wanted to. The board ultimately is the decider on how this procedure works, not the attorney. All we do is give advice.
I have a question. Can I raise a motion?
What?
Can I raise a motion to ask the council, of my fellow commissioners, to agree voluntarily, irregardless of the law at this point, which is not necessarily defined with confidence, is it possible, out of deference for the chair and for the two other members, for the other members of the commission to abstain from commenting on the resolution or voting on the resolution? Would they agree to abstain? Is that something I can request?
Well, now you're not talking about voting on, you're talking about discussing it. If the resolution doesn't accurately reflect what the commission's action was, seems to me that any member should be able to make that, to address that issue. Even if they can't vote on the resolution itself. There's nothing that says they can't participate. But I don't think the result is going to change. I think even the members who voted, who were intended to approve the application, they're not going to try to submarine or wouldn't or shouldn't try to submarine what the result of the commission's action. So, I understand what you're saying, David, but there's no need for that. As I said, we can, I'll look into this tie vote issue, but in the end, the chair can rule, the way Jason just expressed, because I certainly don't think it's inconsistent with the law. So.
So how would she,
Wait, excuse me, David, excuse me. So what you're saying, Ira, is that we move forward with the special meeting? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if that's what you want, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, and I'm looking at a calendar, which, is coming up very quickly. It's going to have to be next week. So we're either looking at Wednesday or Thursday.
Thursday's out. There's another meeting that night, DRC meeting.
Okay, what about Wednesday?
Monday's out. That leaves Wednesday.
Wait a sec, Janice. What other meeting is there that night?
I have a development review. Well, if you want to meet on Thursday without me, that's fine.
No, I was wondering if this meeting, if it's going to be short,
I can't
Sandwiched
do it
in
on
before or
Thursday.
after another meeting.
I have my schedule is packed.
Oh.
Even if it's a short meeting, I have other things.
Okay.
But Wednesday is okay. Or we could do it before the council meeting on Monday.
No, we have notice issues. We'll never get the notice together.
That's true.
By Monday, but by Wednesday we could.
Okay.
Look,
and as long as
at the end of the day, Kathleen, they've already appealed. The zoning board's going to decide it based on the record below, so our resolution is kind of irrelevant. To the extent that we want to memorialize for precedential purposes, as Ira indicated before, we could always do an amended resolution later if you want to,
But I think that anybody
I think it's important to really memorialize our discussion and what took place at the hearing. And I do know, I do realize that the zoning board hears everything. They don't basically even have to. The only thing they're going to recognize is that it was denied because of a tie vote. But I think that if somebody going, down the line that looks at what these demolitions, this is the first important demolition that we've really addressed. And there are issues in this demolition that I think need to be fully, explained, described, and then explained as far as what our discussions were. So I think, I know this puts a big burden on everybody. We have to come up with something by the 3rd, by next week. So
That's what I'm saying. Let's just pass a resolution memorializing the denial, and if you want a more detailed resolution for posterity purposes, we can do that at our regular meeting on the 18th through an amendment.
No, because I think it's very important that we have, first of all, I have a great deal of trouble with the resolution as it is written presently. So may I ask this question, because it's confusing to me, Ira. If we do as you suggest, if we make a resolution this evening of denial, does that mean that the minutes and the resolution as it's written must be put into the record?
What?
Or can
this way? If you adopt the resolution tonight, it goes in the record. The minutes are not prepared.
The minutes aren't in, right.
Well, you asked me a question, let me answer it.
I didn't get the interrupt.
The other thing is that what you can do is to incorporate the transcript of proceedings, which we haven't taken yet, but it's a transcript is going to be available because if they're appealing, they have to pull a transcript of this action. You could just incorporate the transcript and say, is this incorporated, made part of this resolution? Because basically, whatever's said in the transcript is what's said. There were no conclusions made. And therefore, whatever the resolution says, you could describe in great detail what the testimony or even what commission members said, but you cannot in a resolution draw any conclusions because the commission didn't draw any conclusions.
And
Other
I
than
think the main concern here, by Chair Bennett and Mr. Greenbaum is that we're under a strict time constraint here, right? But if correct, I just want to clarify, if we are to pass the simplified resolution issuing the denial, then we do have the time to pass an amendment on the 18th that will supplement it will be part of the record that will be submitted to the Board of Adjustments, correct?
Yes, you'll have time to do that. Whether or not, apparently some commissioners don't want to do that, but it will, end the time concern.
It'll alleviate the time constraints, right? And we don't have to do a special session because we'll have the time to discuss before the 18th the changes that we want. Correct? Yeah.
That much is true. Yes.
I don't like the resolution.
Sorry, is there a reason why we'd want to do a special session rather than take our time and get it right that way? I just feel like it's better to be right than fast in a situation like this.
Yes, but can I just ask Ira, is this something that's normally done, that an amendment, that a resolution rather, is it, are you talking about an amendment or an addendum to a resolution?
Well, I'm talking about amending the resolution. I mean, Janice can tell us that it happens occasionally. My experience is that we've amended resolutions.
It does happen occasionally, not
What?
often. I'm agreeing, it does occasionally happen, not often.
Yeah, it's not often.
Is an amendment a replacement? I don't think of it as a replacement. I think of it as an addendum.
Well, it's restated. It usually, you take the resolution and you adopt a new one, which says everything the old one does usually plus something, or maybe changes something.
I'm not comfortable. This is my issue. I'm not comfortable with the resolution as it is drafted today. So my question is, based on what you're suggesting, to basically make a finding of denial tonight, can that be separate and apart from the resolution that is presently on the table?
No, because you've already made the decision. This is the memorializing resolution. So a memorializing resolution, if you do one that has 3 lines in it, and then next time you add 5 pages to it.
Right.
That's a gross way, a simple way of saying what we're proposing. But Kathleen has not, the chair has already said she doesn't want to do that. I mean, you guys can keep talking and decide.
And
I would rather call a special meeting.
Honestly, the only people who can vote on it are Kathleen and David.
Well, that's exactly what we were saying before.
Because nobody else can vote on it.
And Caroline.
Well, she's not here tonight.
Right. Oh, tonight. Right. Okay.
Whatever action we take tonight, it's up to Kathleen and David. Right? Is that correct?
Okay, so if it's up to Kathleen and David, I just want to not put ourselves into double jeopardy.
Wait, are we sure about that? I mean, because Janice, even though look, it was a 3-3 tie, right? And I know we're not even sure about that, right? Because we still have input on what was said that night. We still have input on the reasons for the denial, right? So we heard the conversation, we participated in it. So I don't know that we're sure that it's only up to two members of the commission.
No, Mike, I found the statute, section 9 of the MLUL, paragraph A at the end. It says failure of a motion to receive the number of votes required to approve an application for development shall be deemed an action denying the application. So it's a denial.
Right.
Right, but that means that I mean, we voted a separate way, Jason. So that means that we don't get the opportunity to comment on this resolution.
We can comment on it. We just can't vote.
And we can't vote on whether to do a special session or whether to pass the simplified version.
We could certainly weigh in on that, but in terms of actually voting on the resolution itself, I don't think we can.
So we can't even vote on the resolution. Okay, all right.
So what if I made a motion to approve the resolution as written by Kathleen?
Well, you don't have it in front of you. So
I thought I sent it to everybody.
Oh,
I'm
you
sorry.
did? I'm sorry.
It's distributed yesterday.
Okay, so if presuming I have a copy of that, and I say I wish to file a motion to support, file a motion to approve the resolution as drafted by Kathleen, can Kathleen second that and it's done?
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, Kathleen, I'm gonna file a motion to approve the resolution as drafted by our chair.
Okay, I just would like to make sure that the other members, I don't want to not consider what other people think and or have to offer to the conversation and or add or detract from the resolution. So if we don't want to do if we're not going to have a special meeting on Wednesday the 3rd, which I think could be
How about this?
a quick meeting.
How about this? How about we approve the
But let
amendment, the
her, excuse
resolution?
me, let the chair finish, David. She was in the middle of a
Sorry,
sentence.
Sorry.
My preference would be to have a special meeting on next week on the 3rd at some point that's convenient to everybody, where everyone could actually look at the resolution that I drafted, which is, or they, with help had drafted. But I think it's much more, it gives a truer representation of what happened during the hearing. So I would move to hold off on adopting a resolution tonight if people have time. It's a time crunch now. We have to get it done before the 3rd.
How about this? I'm sorry.
Yes.
You want to finish? Finish.
No, but my preference would be to have a special meeting on the 3rd.
Okay, and what if I said I'd like to raise a motion to approve today your resolution, and then at the next meeting, then amendments could be made.
Yeah, but Kathleen didn't second it, and there's no one else.
I understand.
He just made that motion.
Yeah, and Kathleen, you would have to second it, or else it doesn't go anywhere.
At least,
And I doubt
Kathleen,
if you didn't second it.
at least we get it on the record, and then if there needs to be adjustments or amendments, in your opinion, get other people's opinion, that could come in after. Exactly the same thing, except instead of approving the resolution as it's written now, or by the planning office, we're approving yours, and then if we approve it, then if there's an adjustment, that could be amended. At least we get it on the record. If I'm not mistaken, that was the whole purpose of you writing the resolution, was it not?
Yes. So I just would like to hear what Jason has to say about that approach.
Jason?
I'm not available, and I'm not.
No, the approach to have you're not available to.
I'm not available next on Wednesday.
Right.
So,
No. What the motion that David is proposing is that we vote on the resolution that I had prepared tonight, and pass it. And then at our next meeting, which is on November 18th, we work on the amendment to amend that resolution.
If needed, if necessary. It might not be necessary. But at least people could those who are legally allowed to, could make comment. Caroline is the only one, she could make comment. If other members can, then they can make comment. That has to be finalized legally. But the fact of the matter is, at this particular point in time, I believe it is smart and safe to get it on the record that the application was denied, and the resolution reflecting that denial is memorialized. And that resolution was drafted and reviewed, and I put a motion forward again to have it approved. You're getting everything you want.
I know, but at the cost, I don't want to, I would like other people's input into this. So
They had their input. They had their input, and the question is, do they have the right to have the input at this point based upon the fact that the application was carried and was denied? That's not even confirmed. So at least we will know by that time, and it might even be at your discretion whether or not they're able to participate in that vote. I don't know. All I'm saying is, at this moment in time, with the constraints of 45 days, you drafted a resolution that was very, very specific and trying to memorialize the events and the thinking and the process of that night. and therefore, why not have it approved?
So let me just get this straight. Ira, do you agree, or do you, as our counsel, what is your opinion of that? Again, I know you might have said
I think you can legally do what David is proposing. You know, in terms of the content of the resolution, you've had my comments on the resolution, Kathleen. So you know what they are. In other words, I have some issues with some of the language and some of the conclusions. Pretty much what I stated earlier tonight is when we were describing the thing. Nevertheless, if that's the way you want to go, you legally can do that. I'm not gonna pass on the wisdom of it because it's too complicated.
Can I ask?
Can I just
I just wanted to ask a question on that, Ira. You'd stated earlier.
Who's speaking, Mike?
Sorry, this is Mike. Yeah, Ira, you'd stated earlier that the conclusions that were drawn, that the board made a finding, you weren't sure if that was legally accurate, correct?
Well, I believed what I said specifically, and I actually said this to Kathleen, going back and forth and looking over a resolution, is that any findings other than the fact that the application was denied really weren't made by the commission, since there was a 3-3 tie. You can't, in my opinion, the commission made no findings.
So if the resolution's adopted as is, and it has findings, but findings weren't actually made, are there any ramifications for that on the appeals process? Could they?
If I was to appeal, I would say the resolution has findings in it that weren't supported and weren't made. That's all. But when you say ramifications, no, I mean, it's not necessarily illegal. It's just, in my opinion, wasn't an accurate representation exactly of what the commission did as a whole. Remember, individual commission members have their own thoughts, and sometimes it's specified that way. But I'm not going to, go through everything that's in. I mean, Kathleen's resolution was very thorough and detailed.
My prime concern,
But
Ira,
my
was simply
concern
that
is what I just said. I don't believe that the conclusions were the conclusions of the commission.
I just don't want that to be a cause for something on appeal that would then be able to be pointed to that could impact.
I'm not sure there'd be any basis. I don't think it would necessarily weaken the commission, and either strengthen the case of the appellant nor weaken the case of the commission's of what the commission did. I don't see that. No.
May I ask a question based on your concerns, Ira, from what I wrote? Is it possible, if only David and I are the one, and possibly Caroline, the ones to vote on it, aren't we the only three that have to be at the meeting, at a special meeting, or does it have to be?
Need a quorum.
Still need a quorum, yeah.
Okay.
So
I
John
think we need a fourth member.
So could John Reimnitz be that fourth member, even though he wasn't attending that meeting, as to be a quorum?
He can't, he's not even here anymore. I think he left. 'Cause he
I'm
was-
not sure since John isn't entitled to participate at all. In other words,
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to participate. He
I don't
wouldn't.
thi- I,
No, I
Well,
don't
it's a
think so
member
either.
Quorum. Like you can
I
have
wouldn't,
any.
I wouldn't include, it wouldn't be safe to include him in the quorum.
What
I'd
did,
have to
what
look
did,
into
what did,
that.
what did Jason just say? I missed it. Jason, you
saying
said
that
something.
It's just for the purposes of the quorum.
Yeah, just for the purpose of the quorum. So that's my question. If could John Reimnitz his participation, even though he wasn't at the meeting, could his presence mean?
Possibly, I'd want to look at it because since he wasn't at the if the purpose of the meeting is to do this resolution, he can't participate in that.
But no one can participate other than
Quorum
three people
purposes are
anyway.
different. Quorum, it's a lot looser whether or not you can be there for a quorum. So, as I
Kathleen,
said,
again, I'm going to raise the motion to approve the resolution and the denial of the application and the resolution as drafted by our chair. And if anyone wants to, after the fact, if there needs to be any adjustments, that could be done after the fact.
Then I would vote yes. And then I think what we'll do is, if there's any adjustments that need to be made, especially considering Ira's cause for some of the things that we discussed earlier today, then that can be amended at the November 18th meeting.
So all in favor, I guess you have to say that.
wait a second, you're not chairing the meeting, David. The
No, I
secretary
said
will
she has to
vote.
say that.
Well, it's
So-
just you and I, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and everybody else abstains.
So wait, only two people can vote, me and,
You already
Man.
voted, I think.
yes. Kathleen, did you vote?
Yes.
Okay,
Just
so
voted.
it's done.
So that's
It's
adopted.
done.
We have another resolution
Yes.
No.
for 211 Bellevue Avenue.
Right. This is the application for facade changes. This was, do you have that? Do you have anything up for that, Janice?
Oh, well, I just have the resolution itself. But again, this was, you've talked about this building many, many times. And
Oh, yes, I couldn't remember what it was. Yes, it's the one on the corner. Yes, so I can't find my notes now, but yes, it's the one on the corner, and we approved it. We liked everything that they did. We thought they did a really good job. So would somebody like to make a motion to approve the resolution number?
Yeah, I'll make a
20
motion to approve as drafted.
Great. All, second,
Second.
all in favor?
who seconded the motion?
Aye.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
who seconded it?
I did. Well, I don't know who did seconded it.
Okay,
I
that's
said aye.
fine.
I'll second if nobody has.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're done.
Somebody wanted to talk
But-
about,
We don't need a
water,
special
or
meeting.
at least about procedure.
Yeah, if I know it's running late, but if we could talk about the engineer having some access to an engineer who could refute engineering reports as they come up, I think it's important that we have that. And then Ira, we had another topic we were going to discuss, right?
You said
It's been a long.
procedure regarding redevelopments or something. You want
Oh, and also, yeah, Carol and I were discussing, just, in anticipation of some of the larger projects like the Lackawanna project, at what point can we preliminarily meet with the applicants in order to, I'll just finish quickly, in order to expedite the process so we're not going through meeting after meeting, like somehow have some kind of revisions committee meeting with them in advance of their application so that, we're more on the same page
doesn't
when
work
those
that way.
meetings reach the commission.
It doesn't work that way.
So Janice, there's no opportunity to meet with an applicant prior to their presentation?
The DRC.
Yeah,
The
there's
Design
a
Review
DRC
Commission.
meeting. You can be invited to come to that. That goes straight from the DRC, which is really a technical meeting, to the HPC, and then the real public hearing is at the planning board. I mean, so I think you do have the opportunity prior to the public hearing, because the public hearing doesn't take place until it gets to the planning board or the zoning board. Now, but if you're talking about redevelopment, you know, that's a whole different ballgame. And you know, before we even get to an application, there's subcommittees. There's a redevelopment subcommittee, and we're going to try, you know, we should have members of the council and the planning board and the HPC on that subcommittee that works on developing the redevelopment plan.
Terrific. Great. That's wonderful. Okay. I was not aware of that process, but that's fantastic.
The redevelopment plan process involves the HPC as well as other boards. And the plan essentially establishes the zoning for the redevelopment area. And if there are, you know, are historic considerations that you want to be taken into account in the redevelopment plan, then that's the chance that you have to put input into that. Then once the redevelopment plan is adopted, the applicant will develop plans for the project and then have site plan applications, at which point the HPC will be functioning as it does with any planning board application. But the key part is in the redevelopment plan phase. And there's that you will have opportunity.
Got it. Okay. Terrific. And then the other question was, and David had alluded to this earlier as well, regarding 109, oh my God.
Engineering issue?
Yes, the engineering issue. Thank you, Ira. So Janice, we started discussing this earlier. So essentially, we don't have an engineer on staff. You said this was the conclusion that we cannot find our own engineer to assist until the new year, or is this something that we can hire somebody, you know, if in the event that we see, for example, the Glen Ridge project, if they were to come with an engineering report, we could hire our own engineer to
What
review.
you would have to do is you would have to select the escrow fee from them. We can do that, but we don't have. It all gets paid out of an escrow, and so I have asked the board engineer, who we are not replacing probably. I mean, who we are replacing, but for now they have a structural engineer that we can bring in. And to be honest, the Board of Adjustment did exactly that. They have asked their board engineer to get their structural engineer to review the structural engineer's report that was submitted for 109 Union Street.
Oh, good.
So,
See, this hasn't been an issue without the demolitions. Normally, this commission doesn't deal in engineering issues.
Yeah,
it's not even a submission requirement for the demolition permit.
No, I realize, but because when a building is clearly historic, but the defense is, or the applicant says that it's structurally unsound, there's no other way to deal with it except.
Think about it this way: you're hiring a structural engineer to refute the report.
No, not necessarily, Janice. It's to refute or concur. It's to review. It's to refute or concur. Yeah.
They're not doing an independent analysis. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean they're not doing an independent? Of course they are, because we're hiring our structural engineer to review the findings of their engineer.
You're not doing your own asbestos tests. The structural.
Well, that's a different question. Wait, time out. Let's focus on one thing at a time. If we're talking about an engineering report and we have our own engineer that we hire, we're not adversarial to these people, right? We are trying to just gather the facts. So if our engineer disputes what their engineer says, okay, now we have something to discuss. If they concur, okay, now we have something else. Now it's a different ballgame.
Yeah, but so my question is, if their presentation is based on, they have an architect, and their architect says that the building has to come down, you don't hire an engineer to refute an architect's report.
Why, but why is the architect
if
making
they
that
can
call, and why isn't an
provide-
engineer
Because
making that
that's
rather
their-
than an
that's
engineer?
their choice.
That's their choice. What about our choice? I mean, we should be able to hire an
You
engineer
hire
to
a
review it.
structural engineer. What's the structural engineer going to review? He's going to review the architect's report.
Why can't he go to the
why-
site?
You going to have him do an independent structural analysis?
I'm asking why not? I mean, am I totally off
That's
base
not
here?
what they're offering.
What do you mean it depends on what they're offering? What would our engineer do? What would our township
You're
engineer?
basically paying for for an independent study. Usually the engineers or the professionals that you report aren't conducting maybe I'm wrong, but in my experience, they're not conducting their own analysis. You don't have an asbestos expert doing their own asbestos studies. They're reviewing what based on their experience and what was submitted, and they may do a site visit so that they understand it, but they're not doing their own testing.
All right, there are other members of the board who are more experienced at this than I am, and Janice, I recognize that you are as well. But does anybody have am I totally off base here by suggesting that for some of these projects, we should have an engineer actually go to the site and review independently, do a study themselves?
No, I agree with you, Mike. It needs to be an independent study.
It's not a submission, then I think you need to make it a submission requirement.
Why does it have to be for every application? I mean, why if there's an application that is using an engineering report and saying that this is my reason for wanting to tear this place down, shouldn't we have our own independent person? They're being hired by an applicant. They're going to probably tell the applicant what they want to hear, right? So shouldn't we have somebody independent to confirm or refute it?
It's like for like. But if they don't have a structural engineer, right?
But then why should the architect be telling me that we have to tear this down? It's structurally unsound. Why the hell would I agree with that architect? Why wouldn't I get my own engineer to tell me that it's structurally unsound or not?
Isn't that something your architect can tell you? Isn't that something that Tom Connolly can?
I am not an architect, so somebody's got to tell me if that's.
Architects can provide expert engineering testimony, but it's subject to, cross-examination based on their expertise. Architects, though, are allowed to provide that testimony from a legal perspective. On the other hand, I mean, the real issue is this demolition. This is a new responsibility for this commission, this demolition issue. And, again, if the argument that the applicant makes is that the building is either structurally unsound or can't be renovated or something because it's in too bad shape, that is a legitimate grounds, according to the ordinance, for allowing it to be demolished. However, how do you know that? And that's why I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying I understand the problem, and sometimes a person's report, just because the applicant hires them, they still have a license and they're still sealed and they're still professionals. Obviously, there's so-called such thing as hired guns, so you have to deal with that. But I don't know that in every case the commission's going to need an architect or an engineer, but in some cases it will. I think
maybe
when
not,
that's the case,
Yeah.
and certainly the church. I mean, the church. Mr. Connolly's report. I mean, all the evidence points to that it's a historic building. So the question is, so it shouldn't come down except if the condition warrants, and there's no other way to tell except to rely on this type of testimony. And if I don't believe that the applicant has submitted that testimony, for instance, one of the issues that was coming up.
Right, all they have is their architect.
Exactly. So, I
Well,
mean,
currently they
it seems that the commission.
they submit supplemental docs in the meantime.
Jess, you're saying that the commission should not necessarily hire an independent engineer, but start with the testimony that's provided by the applicant. If that's not adequate to make a decision, to then require that.
Do I need to collect $3,500 from the applicant and then have SCE have their structural engineer prepare their independent assessment for 109 whatever the address,
Yeah.
205.
And how are we
Bloomfield
gonna
Avenue.
resolve this issue? Because the commission definitely needs, you know, it needs the information in order to be able to make a sound decision.
But, okay, so so we have Tom's report, we have their architect's report. That's not enough information.
Well, not necessarily, I don't know.
Well, I think at the discretion of the commission at a time where they
Yeah.
we don't feel comfortable, we
Yeah.
want validation and verification so we can make the best, most
It may be
intelligent
enough. The
decision.
report might be persuasive.
You haven't heard the
I'm just
testimony.
saying, we don't know. Well, I mean, in the abstract, you don't really know.
So my report was only done from the exterior of the building. Could I have
Right.
access to the interior?
Absolutely.
Your report's not intended to be a report on the structural soundness of the
But
building,
if they are
just on the historical value,
if they're
right?
seeking a demolition permit, you have the right to see the interior of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw no evidence of any structural deficiencies from the exterior.
I think we should probably refrain from discussing this
right, I was
specific
just gonna say
application right
that.
now. But
Right.
Tom, I would love to see your opinion of what you see from the interior. But I think for right now, we should probably be wary of discussing the details of this application. that
Well,
hasn't come yet.
I agree with that. I think that, you know, if, I think we've already asked, haven't you? There's been a request made, right?
No,
Regarding-
well, no, not on this one.
Not at this point?
Not for 205.
A request from our commission hasn't been made? I thought we spoke to you.
I told you, there's no basis for me to ask for it right now because they haven't submitted it, a structural report from a structural engineer.
All right, so again, let's
so
go away
we
from
don't-
the
but Janice,
specifics here. I
Is
get
that a
the point.
requirement? Sorry, go ahead, Ira. I don't
You
mean to-
don't
No, I just meant, let's get away from the specifics. The chair can discuss this with the secretary. I can discuss it with the secretary. We'll see where
If you want
things
me to make the
stand.
request, I'll make the request. I've been a little bit reluctant because it's not a requirement. But if you want me to make the request for the $3,500 to have them do that in advance of
Well-
making their presentation, I will do that, but it's not. Normally, when we hire our board experts, it's because they've offered the test in the past.
I'm comfortable allowing Tom to go in first and take a look. And then if we're not comfortable at the meeting that we have sufficient evidence in front of us, tabling it and then requesting the $3,500. Because, you know, Tom hasn't had a chance to go inside yet. I would be very
Yeah,
curious.
we do have a time frame on these applications, so we do have to. But okay, let's discuss, we don't have to discuss it in this meeting now. I think the issues have been brought out sufficiently that we can work on them administratively.
Okay.
If they refuse to pay the escrow.
Well, Janice, if they come out with an engineering report and they submit it prior to the next meeting, you're darn right I'm going to want them to pay the $3,500. It's going to be a real problem with me if they don't.
Absolutely. That in that case, I feel justified because you don't have the experts who can evaluate that. And I think that's absolutely right.
Well,
Well, this is the question though, if they submit a report 10 days before the hearing, or let's just not a specific applicant, but anybody submits a report 10 days, how are we going to be able to get our own expert to go in there, our own structural engineer to
well,
go
you
in there?
basically have to look at the report, and if the commission feels that the report isn't persuasive and they need their own person, then they will so require.
Because you know what?
There's no point in
You guys can always vote no. If they don't give you the extra time because you need to get then you can always vote
no. Then you can't make a decision. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, that's
if you don't have what you need to make a decision, you can't make a decision. It's up to the applicant. Anyway,
Okay.
these procedural things, they're difficult, and they are. And, you know, this is a bit new ground when we're getting into the engineering for this commission.
Can I say something as it relates to the application? any demolition application, I think there should be, as part of the ordinance, that if language to the effect of, if the commission deems the need to have a structural engineer or other special expert visit the site and present their own findings, the applicant has to agree to, to subsidize this process.
Actually, I think
It's a demolition application.
I'm
I'm not saying any one specific one, but a demolition application.
Well, I think that's kind of what's being said. It's
Mhm.
what's been said
Yeah.
by everybody.
David, what I'd like to rephrase that is I'd like to make that a submission requirement. If
Right.
they're going to say that the structural integrity of the building is part of the reason for the demolition permit, then they must submit a report from a structural engineer. Then
And be prepared to.
Okay, then I have no
and be
problem saying that the board has to have its own structural engineer available to review it and to review the whole thing.
Okay, I just think it's
Well,
important. We need somebody we can
set it
rely
up
upon.
Just like we set up other escrow
You
issues.
have your own consultant. The question is, when do you bring it in? Because you don't need it for every application.
No, we bring them in on only those applications where required. They're like on retainer, like, or whatever. You just hire them on a
All the
project.
applications when this is an issue.
When it's an issue.
Anyway, I think
Have we covered everything? Are we ready to adjourn?
Good on my end.
Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, everybody. Can I have a motion for adjourn the meeting tonight? See you next month.
Motion.
8 a.m. in person, Janice.
Excuse me?
8 a.m. tomorrow morning in person.
8 a.m. so they come really quickly.
All right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.